can't scratch, I'm missing a piece. I've got an itch I can't scratch, I'm missing a piece that completes a whole part of me, an open wound scar to see. Everybody come here, gather round, welcome to the freak show, the best in town. What the hell's wrong with me? I don't get along with anybody, honestly. I've been living in my own head constantly, thoughts jumbled around, think I need a new lobotomy. Wait, all these thoughts are too negative. I don't wanna get lost in the sedative. Gotta show them what I got, I'm competitive. You know I'm about to go off, I won't let them win, I'll take a stab. I wanna chase the bag, I wanna weigh, I can change all the things I lack. I gotta face the facts, I got a taste in that. Got me obsessed with the rest, I got an itch to scratch. I'll give up everything. If I could see my dreams, make things right. 'Cause I'll do anything to make one a reality. Don't let go. Don't let go. I'll make things right. 'Cause I'll do anything to make one a reality.
I just wanna find a way out, sick of the venom in my brain. Running from the past, wanna escape my pain. I just wanna be a better person, I deserve this. I just wanna break these chains. Always asking for greatness, true to myself, I never fake it. Seen too many once that I so they get famous. And when I say the truth, most really can't take it. In spite of everything I've been through, I'ma make it. Fake friends, but on my downfall is toxic. Day one, started the outlaws for profit. Now all I do is write verses, no talking. All I do is put the work in, no option. This was everything I ever wanted. Created a legacy off of me, just being honest. And the fake ones hate, but it's all to no avail. They wanna see me lose, but you know I never fail.
Morning, Duke Nukem. Morning, everybody. Nukem's on the other chat. He's the only one. He's the lone warrior. I think you should be fine, darling. I don't know. I don't see anything wrong with anything. Maybe that was a message that I missed somewhere. You should be fine. You don't have to apologize for anything. If you calling somebody out, if anything, I'd probably laugh at it. Okay, so we got the Pragmata review by IGN. Apparently, it comes out in a couple days. I didn't realize how close it was. I'm definitely gonna be playing that off stream. See how it holds up. Oh, we got a new Battlefield 6 trailer. Did they do like a game announcements thing yesterday or no? What is this? Metro. They're doing another Metro game. That's kind of cool. I didn't play the last Metro. That's right. We wake up every day singing, God Bless America. What was this? What is this? Let's calm down with the music, huh? Let's calm down with the music. Oh, okay, this is...
Some NATO forces...
Hold on, I can listen to this. Damn.
Pressure is building in Germany. Both PAX and NATO forces are using everything at their disposal to take control. This is Operation Augur. Operation Augur links the new Season 2 maps contaminated in Hagenthal Base in a reimagining of the classic fan-favorite mode, Operation.
So what you're telling me is that even though it's a prior map, they still remade it so that way it looks even more badass? You see, this is a good company, my guys. This is what a company that doesn't want to go belly up looks like. This is a company that's ready to cater to its audience. And you know how I know that? It's because they're still topping the charts.
Like the original, attackers fight to capture key sectors.
I should learn something from these guys.
Defenders try to stop their advance. But in Battlefield 6, we've pushed and optimized this mode to lean heavily into squad and tactical play. Players must rely on squad members, spawn beacons, and vehicle spawns.
Oh, I think Duke came over to the other chat.
Into the fight.
He's not over there
Kicks off
anymore.
on the
I
rocky
think he
terrain
came to
of
the normal
Contaminated,
chat.
where attackers can use the VL7 smoke
Either that or he got
advantage
busy.
and push their opponents back, while defenders hold the high ground and fortified positions against the oncoming onslaught. After securing the surface sectors, you'll descend into the depths of Hagenthal Base and engage in claustrophobic close-quarters combat.
That's cool.
Where team coordination and fast reactions are critical. Whether your squad decides to go in all guns blazing, tactically snipe from the rear, or blast through to open new flanks, this is where the
What? Hold on. What? You could blast through the damn cave walls to flank the enemy? What?
snipe from the rear, or blast through to open new flanks. This is where the battle really heats up. Operation Augur will be coming in Hunter Prey, the final phase of Season 2. And the feedback we get from you will be mission critical to how we evolve our approach to operations in the future. We can't wait for your squad to jump in and experience Operation Augur deploying on April
That's
14th.
badass. This game is fucking awesome. I need to play this game. Seriously, I need to play this game.
Their legends were written across worlds.
I don't know what's going on with the Warhammer universe, man, but they have been popping the fuck off lately. They have been going hog wild with re-releases, with remasters, remakes, their new games. They have been absolutely blowing every other game franchise out of the water with marketing. I don't know if maybe they got won a lawsuit recently that gave them all this money to push into their games like this, or maybe it was a long time coming, getting ready to, start releasing these games or whatever, but they have been popping off.
And ages.
And the trailers are so damn good.
Today, we celebrate them.
Yeah, that looks just like Halo. Wait a minute, that looks just like Halo. That looks exactly like Halo. What the heck? That looks like pirates. Why would there be pirates? That's so sick.
Timeless video games return. Warhammer Classics, available now on Steam.
That's insane. Look at all of that. Oh, they brought back Blood Bowl. Let's go. Look at all these games. Holy shit. Warhammer Armageddon. There's a lot. Oh, they brought back Blood Bowl 2. Talisman Origins. That's insane, bro. Space Hulk. Chainsaw Warrior. Ooh, what's this? Oh, okay. Oh. Yo, this looks like a non-top-down Diablo with guns. Oh! Wait a minute. Hold on. What is this? Oh, these are the kinds of games I'm motherfucking talking about right here, boy. Is that a bear? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Are you playing as a bear? No. No, surely not. No. Okay, that's not a bear. That animation looked like shit, but it was funny. Just come here. That was funny. What the hell? They made another Insidious movie? What? They're making a new Insidious? No shit. Ooh, I'm gonna have to check that out off stream. Looks like that's it. This is the Pragmata release trailer.
It can get dangerous sometimes. But when I'm with you, there's so much cool stuff to see and explore.
She may not look it, but she can hold her own. Bit of a troublemaker, just like me.
Hugh, you doing okay?
Yeah. Because you got my back.
Wherever you go, I'll be there. Pragmata.
Capcom.
She like leaves the space station and she like malfunctions and her head explodes. Okay. We have the IGN review of Pragmata. So we know how much of a dumpster fire the IGN review for Crimson Desert was. Considering they gave Concord a 9. A 9. Will haunt them for the rest of their days. Let's see how this works.
In the best way possible, Pragmata feels like a game straight from the Xbox 360 era. It's the kind of third-person action shooter that hangs its hat on a specific gimmick, but then plays everything else fairly straightforward. So by executing on the important parts really well, Pragmata is able to let its punchy shooting, creative hacking mechanic...
The Insidious or the Conjuring movies are probably my favorite horror movies, because they also gave us The Nun as well. The Nun is so good. Whoops,
and tough fights do the heavy lifting. Now, the storytelling around that stuff isn't exactly its strong suit, even with how much it emphasizes its budding father-daughter dynamic, and I'm a little disappointed it didn't do more with what was initially an interesting space drama setup. But Pragmata is focused on the action first, and it's that part that's so compelling and so satisfying that I didn't even think twice about 100%ing it.
I haven't played anything about this game. I've only seen it.
Something I appreciate about Pragmata is that it doesn't really waste time getting you in the flow once it starts. A brief intro gives you just...
Thank God. There's nothing worse to me than a game like Red Dead Redemption 2 where you're stuck in the tutorial for like fucking, what was it, like 2 hours almost? Fuck that.
Enough to understand Hugh, the main
Time for that
protagonist,
shit,
and his
man.
crewmates before a rogue AI turns the moon space station an endless supply of robots against them, leaving him as the lone survivor. There's a brief conversation about how the crew's company resorts to 3D printing at an unfathomably massive scale to fabricate most of what exists on the moon, and how it's easier for it to just reprint infrastructure rather than actually maintain it properly. This is an effective opener that establishes a sensible premise for the rest of what's roughly a 12-hour campaign, although the overall story doesn't really explore this with much depth. It's more concerned with the truth about a humanoid robot girl named Diana, who quickly becomes Hugh's partner in crime. She takes care of the hacking, while he takes care of the shooting, and this is where Pragmata shines.
Overdrive protocol initiate.
Hacking happens in real time whenever you aim down sights, asking you to solve a grid-based pathing.
You already know that there are going to be people that are going to do challenge runs of this game without using the hacking. I saw somebody play the demo for this because they were getting paid to do it. I actually probably could do that if I wanted to. I just don't see gaming as going anywhere. I just don't. But he did a challenge run because he fucked up his promotion and he had to redo it, where he didn't do the hacking, and it went from like easy to extreme. He went from not dying a single time to dying every 5 seconds. It is hard. He did it. He completed it, but man. There is definitely a difficulty gap.
Hacks expose enemy weak spots and make them susceptible to real damage. This is Pragmata's marquee feature.
Like, the difference is literally playing through the entire Elden Ring game without leveling.
Avoiding it since enemies are basically impenetrable otherwise. My biggest concerns in the early hours were if, 1, this mechanic would get tiresome, and 2, if it could evolve in interesting ways as you progress. Thankfully, those concerns were quickly put to rest, as it proves to be one of the best ideas I've seen in a shooter in a good long while. To take a closer look at how this works, the more open blue spaces you include in your route, the longer enemies stay vulnerable. The yellow nodes you have equipped will pop up on the grid at random, which tack on additional status effects like spreading hacks to nearby robots, increasing damage potency, or turning robots against each other.
That's fun.
Tougher enemies and bosses have more complex grids with obstacles that can block or sabotage.
Fuck is that shit? What is that? Bro. Fuck is that? Yo, what does the final boss look like? The goddamn thing gonna cover the whole fucking screen? It's just gonna be nothing but boxes everywhere?
Your hack as
Fuck,
well.
man.
So not only do you need to keep an eye on the battlefield to dodge imposing foes and keep them in your field of view, you need to keep your eyes on the hack to solve it.
You go to fight the final boss, it just takes up the whole fucking screen. Just one big fucking grid. There's like 3 little squares in there that do like anything.
As quickly as possible. Juggling the two broke my brain at times, and as frustrating as it might get when more enemies are thrown at you, finding a smarter approach and making the most of the weapons available to me made the hardest fights conquerable and intrinsically rewarding.
We did it!
It helps that the shooting feels good too. Between the shotgun and charge rifle, landing a direct shot on a robot's weak spot has a satisfying weight and feedback to it. The grenade launcher clears crowds with authority, and the stasis net can buy you much needed time to execute a hack, hit a clutch shot, or just reposition. And once I unlocked the automatic rifle to replace the pea-shooter pistol, I took every
W
opportunity
infidel
to
on
let
that
the
one.
chopper
I
sit,
agree with
as
that.
long as I could
You ain't gotta
control
agree
the
with me.
recoil
Just
from
be
its beefy
respectful.
shots.
I mean, that's all anyone can really ask.
It's sometimes an annoyance to deal with the heat buildup on a pistol or rifle, but I found continually swapping weapons between cooldown periods to be an effective way to get more out of the great gunplay.
Oh, so it's got that old school weapon swap. That's cool. I think BioShock had something like that where you could switch between all your weapons and it like... Was it BioShock? No, maybe it wasn't. There was a game where you could switch between all your weapons and it would reload them.
These weapons are categorized in your loadout, so you can't just take everything with you. And
Oh.
while there are numerous other options with varying functions, I dug my heels in with a weapon set that was both effective and fun as hell to work with.
Oh!
The heavy weapons have limited ammo, however, so there is a degree of scavenging for guns that you'll have to do in the middle of a fight, which also leads to neat moments of adapting to the situation. But more often than not, I just wanted to get that sweet finisher on enemies. Certain weapons and hacking with specific nodes drives up a
So that means that you should not get used to using one singular gun in this game. A little tip to any of the non-pros out there when it comes to playing games. If you hear that, that should be a little indicator that you should get used to using every single gun in your arsenal. Just like Doom Eternal, you need to be used to every single gun in your arsenal, know how it shoots, know how it handles, know what bullets it takes, what it doesn't take if they have bullets. That's a flag for that.
dagger meter, and if you can fill it, you're rewarded with an execution that comes with a quick camera cut and some nice big damage numbers.
Woo!
Some of the ways Pragmata harkens back to old school design principles also comes from its level design. They're fairly linear, but come with plenty of rewards, resources for upgrades, and bits of storytelling and datapads and holograms to find off the beaten path, often asking you to search the environment for those hidden paths to those goodies. One of which are the data vapes, and it's pretty sick seeing
You know what's kind of crazy? That suit looks an awful lot like the Dead Space suits. It looks way more clunky, but
one of which
that looks an awful lot like the old school Dead Space suit.
are the data vapes, and it's pretty sick seeing Diana
Man, why can't they
data
bring
vape
back
and
Dead
expand
Space?
her ultimate meter in the process. Now, oftentimes, tight corridors lead to open spaces for combat arenas in a predictable rhythm that largely works, though it does get somewhat repetitive toward the end of the campaign. And as impressive as Pragmata can look at times, I did get pretty worn out by how frequently you're fighting within the confines of sterile space station walls. Even still, I was happy to retread levels to pick up all the collectibles when I unlocked the ability to access certain areas for the love of the game, and to max out the levels on my favorite abilities and gear. Pragmata doesn't really push above and beyond the cadence it establishes in its early hours, but at least I knew I had intense combat encounters waiting for me at a brisk pace. And of course, the boss fights that cap off each level are definite highlights. Hugh and Diana are dwarfed by these monstrous robots and their unique attack patterns, as well as how they can manipulate the hacking grid, throw tough challenges at you while bringing in a bit of spectacle to it all.
Bro, what the fuck? Ah, you can't cross over. It'd have to be like this. It'd have to be down, boom, 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 boom. Well, actually, fuck it.
I also appreciate specific moments that use the hacking system outside its typical
That's just fucking annoying, bro. Look at all them squares. Holy shit. All them squares, they all blocked off.
fashion. In the same way you might see a QTE punctuate a big fight, or keep you engaged during a cutscene. It highlights Diana's place not just in the story, but also in how she's just as integral to the gameplay itself as Hugh.
Damn.
Between main missions, it's nice that you get a ton of simulation missions you can play back at the Hideout Hub area, sometimes challenging you in unexpected ways by showcasing offensive techniques or enemy quirks that you can then take advantage of in real-level situations.
We did it!
However, some of the more granular mishaps in how Pragmata controls can rear their ugly head here. For example, Hugh's momentum is pretty unpredictable, so when these missions ask you to do some basic platforming, the inconsistencies in movement
You
tend to
know
be
what's
frustrating.
crazy? I had a lot of people that I was playing Halo with in high school that said they hated Reach. I loved playing Halo Reach. I don't know why. I like the story. The story was really dark and gloomy, and it was definitely a different style from what I've heard and played. I just really liked Halo Reach. I just did. I don't know.
Thankfully, these aren't prohibitively difficult, and rarely do the main levels require you to do things like this. All that said, Pragmata is one of the few games I felt compelled to clear 100%. All the simulation missions, all collectibles in every level, and all of the post-game content. While it took me roughly 12 hours to roll credits, doing all of the extras took it to a worthwhile 15 to 16 hours. As of this review, I can't show or detail what's in the post-game, but just know that it's worth seeking out. Not just to get more out of the fantastic gameplay, but to also see what kind of curveballs lie ahead, if you can figure out how to find them all. And you just gotta trust me on this, when it comes to late game bosses, Pragmata certainly saves its best for last. While Pragmata is mainly concerned with making sure you have fun while you're out in the thick of the action, it still shoots its shot with a story that tries to pull at your heartstrings and weave in broader sci-fi drama. It starts with some really smart ideas of what a theoretical spacefaring future might look like, extrapolating the
ODST was good too. I liked playing ODST.
Technology we have today and taking it to an unhealthy extreme.
Ooh.
The very existence of a fabricated Earth-like place opens up fascinating possibilities, especially
But why go through the trouble of fabricating all of that if there's no humans there?
the very existence of
Like, what's the, like, I thought it was supposed to be all robots, right? Then why would they have
fabricated
this?
Earth-like place opens up fascinating possibilities, especially when you look at its fake Times Square. But much of that gets sidelined for a more predictable story. Rogue AI gone mad, check. A robot girl who's learning about humanity, check. One man who can save the day with laser guns and the will to fight, also check. You'll find some well-written data logs and voiced holograms that flesh out what happened to the employees on the moon and exactly what went wrong before Hugh's crew arrived. I especially like the series of entries hidden in camouflage walls that tells
That's
you
cool.
about an employee who played hooky during work hours. And then there are ones that undermine what the story actually wants to say. Some of the most important information about Diana and the truth of her existence, which should have been told in the main dialogue, are relegated to data pads. It's absolutely head-scratching how flippant Pragmata is about these details. Ultimately, it wants you to care about Hugh and Diana and that found father-daughter relationship that eventually motivates them. At times, I found it charming in a way that made me really root for the duo. When you find REMs in levels, fabrications of real-world objects like toys, crafts, and electronics, and bring them back to the hub area, Diana has a curiosity about them that's really heartwarming.
So
Especially
there's a hub. There's a hub, which means that there's a good chance this game's gonna have multiplayer at some point. That's weird. This game doesn't need multiplayer. Keep it single player.
when she brings Hugh drawings.
Anytime I hear a hub, I think, red flag!
Get her crayons.
I drew lots, but this one turned out the best.
And then there are moments in which he explains to her what
It
life
might,
on Earth
it probably won't, but keep it single player.
is like, which helps put her place in the world into perspective.
From now on, you can be Diana. How's that fit?
Diana.
But Hugh's not a particularly interesting character, not just because he's pretty generic, but also because his attachment
Yo, I got a reputation whenever, because I used to take shop class, like wood shop. I got a reputation under my belt because, like, they made the mistake of letting me get into one of the tanks in the original Halo game when we was all playing. Bro, I wiped them all. I was 36-0. They saw the score and they're like, dude, I got so many. And then they saw my score and they were like, how the fuck? And then one guy knew, he was like, dude, y'all let him fucking get into the tank, bro. Bruh. And what's even better is once I get into the tank, not even the snipers could get me. Cause I was a faster draw with the Scorpion than they were with the sniper rifles. I was so good in the Scorpion, bro. I love the Scorpion.
to Diana isn't really grounded in enough that's tangible or developed on screen.
They had to have a group of people set up at the outpost, because it was that old outpost, the original multiplayer outpost, where you had the two bases on both sides, and there was always like a Scorpion that would spawn on either side of the base. They had to get a team of people with sniper rifles to sit there in case I tried to get into the tank. Because I would wipe the lobby. I would just kill everybody.
This kind of happens without taking enough time to foster a believable bond that aligns with his goals. So some of their dynamic feels
Fuck no,
forced.
dude. Ain't no pussy ass bitch or hack on no motherfucking computer. You kidding me? Not on the school computer. I don't even know if you can do that on a school computer. You got so much fucking rotware and that shit. I don't even think it's possible.
It's a little disappointing because this duo is such a good spin on the companion campaign idea when it comes to the actual gameplay, with Diana being crucial to why Pragmata plays so well. Maybe the story just isn't meant to be anything deeper than the popcorn flick it is, and maybe that's all it needed to be when I so thoroughly enjoy the action side of things.
There's something going down.
And it was on the school computers, like we were all in the same room. One guy brought like a flash drive, and I was like, oh, y'all gonna get cooked, and they didn't believe me. They didn't believe me. I was just sitting over there with the biggest shit-eating grin whenever that dude was like, y'all let him get into the tank. I was just like, yeah, that's right.
Let's go find out what.
Great!
I know it's a bit cliche to say at this point, but
Bro,
it's
they was getting in the wraiths, and I was blowing that shit out of the sky. They kept trying to snipe the tank. They kept missing. I saw where the bullet came from. Boom! You're dead!
applies here. Pragmata is a video game-ass video game. Its old-school approach to level design and pacing provide a decent foundation for what it does best. Heavy, satisfying shooting with sweet sci-fi weapons and unique real-time puzzles.
Yo, when was the last time anybody sat down and had that feeling? I didn't even get that with Crimson Desert, bro. I used to get that a lot with the Call of Duty multiplayer games, but not anymore. There's so many sweats now. Like, the minute you see somebody, if you don't kill them, you're just dead. Like, straight up. I just don't get it, man.
That deepens its action.
Like, and I mean dead as in, like, if they see you first, you just instantly get dropped. Even if you jump around, even if you, like, slide or roll around, you know, like, you do that, like, I'm gonna get down on the floor, just dead. Just dead, bro.
With being a storytelling powerhouse alongside that, however. And it can be a little disappointing to see that untapped potential as it relies on war and tropes instead of exploring the more interesting aspects of its concept.
You remember when having a tank meant something? Yeah, that doesn't mean much anymore.
Humanity's place in space. But it seems like Capcom focused on the best lessons of the action side of the modern Resident Evil games and matched that with a fresh hacking mechanic we haven't really seen before. And even with some small frustrations, that combo was so good that I naturally wanted to keep playing past the credits to complete every leftover challenge. Pragmata's hack and shoot formula absolutely rules, and I hope Capcom builds on those ideas in the future.
I think the fetus... No, the fetus was a girl, wasn't it? No. Oh, wait, what was it? It was an 8? An 8! You think IGN will ever learn its lesson? Like, genuinely, do you think it'll ever actually learn its lesson? Okay. Damn it, I should have. So we get a look and see what's going on with, what the fuck? Oh, yeah, this schizo. Oh, yeah, we gonna... Oh, this guy. What is... Dude, I keep seeing stuff I want to watch. Well, it didn't end with the deal because they're a bunch of terrorists. I mean...
Let's talk about the Iran.
Stop it. Hold on. Hold on. I saw it. I want to see that Somalian one. There it is. Yo, W, a Tuesday. Go check out a Tuesday. So this fucking clown, his sentencing date is coming up.
Things are still somehow getting worse.
We have been covering Johnny Somali since day one.
Been trapped in South Korea for over a year simply because he couldn't act right and thought he was above.
Couldn't act right. So he went to a noodle shop, ate noodles in the front, and then threw the noodles at the window, like the door where people would walk in and out of. And then he was walking around in the middle of Korea with a fucking rotten fish in a bag with only his boxers. Then he, like, kissed a fucking, did some, sexually suggestive, stuff with a statue that was supposed to be for, like, our rights or something like that. Like, the dude's cooked. And then he ended up leaking some deep fake. Like, dude is cooked.
And now
put
it's
him in
become
jail.
Extremely obvious that his legal strategy completely failed. Obviously, there's a lot that's happened since we last covered him, but his last...
Not only is this guy gonna get locked up and have to register as a sex offender, but because he's going to be forced to register as a sex offender, he's going to get a harder work detail in prison. Why is it that Korea gets to have all the fun? Why don't we have work details? This is ridiculous.
Trial day was essentially February of 2026. Now, on April 15th comes the sentencing. So, Johnny still is currently facing 8 charges.
See, look, that's what he was doing. Look at what he's doing.
So, Johnny still is
Just
currently
throws the
facing
trash
8
on the
charges,
floor.
6 of which he's already pleaded guilty to, and he's currently fighting the last 2 charges, which are the deepfake charges. Because the dude is still facing 12 and a half years in South Korean prison.
Good. Good. It should be more.
And has essentially been the largest moron ever while fighting this case. I mean, let's be real. If there was a big idiot contest, this dude would absolutely win. Because who in their right mind says this to the judge that has his freedom in his hands?
Shout out to President you, the judge, prosecutor, y'all can suck my... Tell them what the charges is.
Carrying a fish and causing anxiety.
Causing anxiety by carrying a fish. Tell the judge you can suck my... I'll bring a fish to you.
And then he threatened the judge, dude. What are you doing?
I don't care.
So with that in mind,
Bro.
this absolute genius decided it was a great idea to fight a charge that he live streamed himself doing. Because
Yeah, that's the best part about all of this. Bro's in court trying to defend all of this, and the crazy part is that you have to do like this apology system in Korea, where you have to do a bunch of apologies for all the crimes you've done. He's only done one. Like, it's kind of like part of the... It kind of like lumps itself into the get out of jail free card, I guess you could say, where you apologize, you show that you're sorry, and then you definitely don't double down, you don't double back on it, right? You don't immediately go out and say, fuck you, fuck this, fuck y'all, because, you know, that doesn't help your case, whenever you do that, Somali. But, like, the fact that he hasn't done any in their court, like, for example, in their culture, you have to tell your job why you're leaving to go to another job, and they have to approve you leaving. Like, you have to talk to the boss himself, and if they don't want you to leave, you don't leave. It's like a cultural respect that you have to give to your bosses. And he is completely disregarding all of that, thinking that he's going to get away with it. Now, you know he knows what he's supposed to be doing because his lawyer's going to tell him. But he's just not doing anything. That's the fun. He keeps making it worse up until a couple months ago because he kept streaming and drinking alcohol. It's like, dude.
Streaming with the South Korean streamer Bong Bong, he decided to brag and show off his new Korean girlfriend. How did he do this? Well, he showed an AI-generated video of him and Bong Bong making out on his stream. This is extremely illegal in South Korea, hence why he's currently facing 8 years in prison.
And that's where the sex offender charge registry is going to come from right there.
For just that one charge. And unfortunately for him, he's facing 2 separate deepfake charges. But the maximum penalty that he can get from all of these charges is combined.
I didn't know that. That's crazy.
And as an American,
I didn't know you had
that
to
is
train
a
somebody.
Crazy amount of time for what he did. But this guy can't help himself but remove any chance of leniency from the judge by threatening the judge and his family.
That's a big mistake. And I don't really care what country you go to. That's just a bad idea. You probably get away with that here in America, but in other countries where you have like this cultural norm where you have to be very respectful, like China, Japan, Korea, and there's a couple other countries, but you just don't do that. You remember that? You remember what I usually say if I'm in somebody else's house? I take my shoes off if I'm told to. I think that Somali's long overdue for that.
You, the judge, prosecutor, y'all can suck my...
By showing up to court praising their northern neighbor.
Is there anything you want to say?
Oh, yeah, and spreading North Korean propaganda in South Korea is highly illegal as well.
You admit the charges? Don't you want to apologize?
I love North.
Hey, send this clip to the president of Korea. Send this clip. I'm talking to you, the president of Korea. You can suck my... I respect Kim Jong-un more than you, Lee Jae-myung, little...
And
we need to send him to North Korea. We should just send him to North Korea. Just send him there.
continuing to be an absolute moron in public.
Just airdrop
all
him into the
trials still
state.
going on.
I mean, into the country.
Oh, police? No. 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 I'm legal, American.
And obviously, we've been covering his antics for almost 3 years now, and I've gone to 4 of his court dates in Seoul. But I didn't go to this one in February because Bong Bong was actually supposed to show up to the last one that I was in Seoul before the February trial. But instead, she decided to fly to Australia.
I'm talking to a lawyer, but they didn't answer. Lawyer said that I don't have to, but just in case I will go to airport. I don't know. Ah, it's so annoying. I think I don't have to, isn't it? I need to pay the fine. If I don't know, I have to pay the fine or not. There is a paper, like absence paper. I can send the absence paper, they said. The fine is 5,000 Australian dollar maximum, I think. Oh, I don't think I have to pay that much for that. That's too much.
And she's the lead witness. So I wasn't going to bet on this woman showing up because if she didn't show up again, there would be nothing new to cover. And I'm going to be real. It's not cheap to...
That is not cheap. That is a $3,568 US fine. That is an insane amount of money. I guess whenever you're being told that you're supposed to show up in South Korea, they don't fuck around with that, huh?
Fly a team member and myself to Korea. I mean, we're kind of doing it for the love of the game at this point because it would be a whole lot more profitable for me to sit at home and make a commentary video. But honestly, that is not the most entertaining outcome because this is such a good story. It's a full-on train wreck that I can't even help myself from not watching. And I mean, let's be real. If I'm not focused on covering it, a whole lot of people won't even know what's happening. It's kind of funny because it almost seems like Johnny actually missed me from this session in February because he kept on complaining to the other streamers to get the shot of him coming into the courtroom because no one else would, I guess. And this is because most people have honestly just lost interest in the case. They just want to see what the outcome is. So my understanding is there was little to no press there on the February court date. Hence why we never got the video of him getting out of a police car and entering the courthouse. But Bong Bong, the star witness, she decided to go live before the stream. So as I was sitting home and I realized she went live, I went, oh, she's actually showing up the trial. And she did so alongside of Slightly Homeless. They weren't streaming together. They were just streaming at the same time in 2 separate parts of town.
Yo, what a streamer name, Slightly Homeless. I'm going to make my streamer name like 2/3 homeless. You think that'd be funny as fuck, yo? 1/4 homeless.
Slightly Homeless because he was the guy who Johnny essentially stalked and chased down the street with his date at that time.
I'm giving you content, right? You want to run content?
Oh, that's right!
Leave me alone.
I thought you want to run content.
Leave me alone.
Let's make content.
Go away.
Go away.
You know who this guy reminds me of, this Somali guy? He reminds me of that guy that Clavicular ran over with his Tesla truck. He's a clout goblin. He's just trying to get it at a bigger streamer space, and then immediately like do stupid shit like this. Like you can't just, bro, like you're not gonna win people over doing that whenever you've got like if I was IRL streaming and y'all was still here magically by the grace of, you know, a miracle, like y'all would not immediately go and watch his stream because he's sitting there doing that in my backdrop. You're not gonna take audience members away doing this, dude. It's just fucking weird, and you're a grown-ass adult. What are you doing? Like, the fact that you're able to pay any bills while you're streaming, you should just be thankful. Like, why are you continuing to go out and do this? You're literally getting drunk, going into North Korea, walking around with a bag of fish for pennies on the dollar because people want to see you fail. It just solves nothing.
Let's make content.
Go away.
And now you're about to end up in a South Korean prison.
Slightly Homeless is really on a
and registered as a sex offender, which, by the way, in America, you still have to register. So if he comes back from South Korea, please keep him over there. We don't want him. He has to register here in the States as well.
like he's at the courthouse because he's already in Korea, and that's probably the most interesting thing in his niche happening in Seoul that day. Well, regardless, he was kind of there to cover it, but he somehow managed to not cover anything whatsoever because he just kind of stood there on the street, bothered about not being able to live stream inside of the courthouse. And obviously, Johnny was really trying to get him to stand at the courthouse steps and live stream him going into court because, you know, Johnny wanted his big moment. And of course, he didn't do that, and Johnny didn't get the shot he wanted, and there was no journalists there, so no one saw that happening.
I'm telling you, they told me I can't, dude. And
Yo, I kid you not. If you go into a foreign country, look here. If you're an American and you're a jackass and you go into a foreign country and you make some deep AI fake stuff like this, or you do something that if you were a normal citizen in their country would be condemned to death, you should still get the death penalty. Seriously. Like if fucking with a statue got you the death penalty, just because you're an American that decided to do it anyway, I think that the outcome should still remain the same. You're in a foreign country. Now, if you're talking about like terroristic stuff that's going on or whatever, and you get captured and it's all that kind of nonsense, that's different. But you go into a foreign country and you break their laws, they should completely throw the book at you like any other citizen. Should be worse. You're going there with the expected best behavior, and you sitting there throwing noodles at a fucking door and disrupting business? Nah, man, you need the book thrown at you. He got away with that shit in Japan. Don't let this freak get away with it now. Put his ass in jail, man. Put him in jail. Make him register.
Be a cellmate. I know, right? I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. Just roll your window down when you're coming by if you want me to get a good shot.
I don't know who's gonna be there. Oh, fuck. No.
Just think about it this way. She's having to uproot her life and go to this fucking trial. She didn't even do anything. Because this schizo used some deep fake AI stuff. She's being fined 3,000 USD to go to this stupid trial because she didn't show up the first time. This lady's a streamer. She probably goes all over the world. She's having to go back to her country because of this dumb shit. Shit. That's crazy, man.
Too late. No, I think I'm gonna be late for the court. I just go to court and just tell what happened to me. That's it. I'm very curious about what's gonna happen later.
There seems to be no hype behind this trial. I mean, absolutely nobody's here.
I met him twice, once in Thailand, once in Seoul, always on stream. And we're not like in that relationship. We maybe used to be a friend or something. Then he exposed me on the public with like about 1,000 people that I'm his girlfriend, and we sex to Korean people, and I got a lot of bad, I was kind of cancelled from the society because of that, you know what I mean? Cancelled. I was cancelled from Korean people. Like a lot of people, you know what I mean? Like a lot of people start attacking my YouTube channel, and actually like a lot of Korean people threatening me. The Korean people,
that sucks.
A lot of Korean people who eventually like end up their life for being attacked by public.
But essentially, what do we know from the February trial going into his sentencing? Well, despite it having been almost 4 months, Johnny Somaly's first deepfake charge, the one with Youngman that was supposed to be dropped, has not been dropped. So, no
Good, no. Pull that shit all the way through, man. Hell no, don't drop that.
Agreement has been entered into the record in either case. So considering it's already been 4 months, one can only assume that that charge is there to stay. And we got some confirmation on this as well, because on February 3rd, 2026, Hank submitted a request for clarification.
She's the girl that, Somali made that deepfake AI stuff of. So he took a picture of her and then deepfake AI'd it with, I think it was either him or somebody else kissing her. And that's where the sex offender part of the Johnny's trial is coming into. It's just a streamer, I think, but I guess she had met him a couple times and were allegedly friends. It sucks that she didn't do anything wrong. She just happened to know this clown. And it's cost her 3,000 USD on a fine because she wasn't able to get to court. And now she's saying that it affected her YouTube. It affected like how Korean people see her. It's so fucked.
On the scope of the agreement
So
to the court in the Youngman trial. And this to date is the only official court action that has taken place in either trial regarding this agreement. So this is definitely an indication that Johnny is worried about if this agreement is being held up by the court. And if you don't remember, the background on that was on October 22nd, 2025, Johnny and Hank, they signed a tentative handwritten agreement in court with Youngman to mutually drop charges. How do we know this? Well, I showed up and we found out in person. And at the time of the agreement, legal experts predicted that the official agreement would be signed and sealed within 2 weeks. And here we essentially have the text of the agreement, which is written in Korean, so we kind of have to translate it. But essentially it says, agreement, Lee Young-chan, Ramsey Khalid Ismail, and Yoo Hong-jo no longer wish to pursue mutual punishment for all criminal cases that have occurred between them on October 29th, 2025. His lawyer notified the court of the agreement and entered a handwritten temporary agreement into the record. No official agreement has been entered into the record, though, as of right now. So the agreement is not in on the record, and the charge has not been canceled. And then on January 26, 2026, closing arguments were held in Youngman's case, meaning that 3 months after the tentative formally apologized.
Now, but apparently he said he was happy he didn't do that because he didn't believe the police were competent enough to actually convict him. So instead, he went on to do this.
But like, I'm actually glad I pled not guilty because, like I said, these don't have evidence. Like, you can say like, okay, the people are gonna say, oh, they have the 4K video you recorded. They barely even have that. They have like quality or like 10-second clips. Like, these police are like literally.
Like, come on, are we serious now?
But obviously, instead of doing that, no, he chose to go on stream and say, F the judge.
Shout out the president, you, the judge, the prosecutor, y'all can suck my. Tell them what the charges is.
Carrying a fish and causing anxiety.
Causing anxiety by carrying a fish. Tell the judge you can suck my. I'll bring a fish to your mother's house. I don't care.
Then he.
How could you possibly? Bro, how could you possibly? What is wrong with you? How could you? I'm ashamed in you.
Tell the judge you can suck my. I'll bring a fish to your mother's house. I don't care.
Then he showed up extremely late and obviously hung over to his first day on trial and tried his hardest to make a mockery of South Korea. Then on top of that, he's already admitted to lying to judges before.
I was in prison from September 22nd to January 10th. No,
are you allowed back into Japan?
Yes.
How'd you get out of that?
I had to the U.S. Embassy and a paid lawyer. I lied to the judge. The lawyer said, lie to the judge and apologize, say that you're sorry. I don't give a all I told him, I said, yo, I'll never make a YouTube video again. I'll never stream again. I was selfish. I was streaming people in public and being disruptive.
And you know what's funny is that he's doing this currently in Korea as well. He's doing the same thing. He hasn't even left Korea and he's already like backtracking on all the apologies he's doing. Not to mention all of the like, you're supposed to like do handwritten individual apologies that he hasn't even done as well.
Played music in a
in
restaurant.
Korea.
I'm so sorry. I don't give a about this. Shut the f up. And I'll be back soon. And when I come back, it's gonna be like Godzilla, tsunami coming back. You better close the border.
Again, he's making his life so much harder to entertain a couple people online. But I guess his great plan to get out of all of this was to continue to act out.
And this guy on Twitter was like, yo, careful, Johnny. If you post too much anti-Korean content on the internet, you might get deported and banned from leaving the country. And I'm thinking like, that's great. I think I need to crash out harder, chat. What do y'all think? Because obviously I'm not crashing out enough. Because you know what's crazy? When I went to the police station, it was a wild one. And they were like, oh, you've been very quiet. Like, you've been very quiet. We noticed. Like, the police told me that. I'm like, I want to go home. But it seems like that's the wrong. I think I need to crash out more. Because if I crash out more, it seems like they're going to be forced to do something. I showed you guys this article the other day. say. They're saying they're gonna ban people and deport them if they say bad stuff about Korea. So I think I just need to say more bad stuff, do more bad stuff. That's what this is motivating me to do.
How is this guy a real person? How does he not understand that his actions actually have consequences and trying to be this funny internet guy to entertain a few people?
Bro, could have been more like Speed, man. You could have been more like I Show Speed, going all over the world, visiting all these places, man. Bro had to be a fucking clout clown. I don't get it, man. Why?
Online is absolutely not worth it whatsoever.
No, it's not.
Kind of shocked
It's so
he came to this
stupid.
conclusion. And I guess he just did so because the dude even challenged so many people to come find him way too many times.
Come catch me. Come catch me. Come. Yo,
Yeah, that's right. He getting his ass beat because he kept saying, "Come and get me," right? And then they started beating his ass in the streets. Yo, watching that live, well, not live, but watching it like happen, getting all the clips and videos afterwards and reacting to Asmongold showing that shit was funny, dude. That shit was funny. Bro was like the public punching bag. And you know what's even crazier is that one of the guys that beat the shit out of him and his like little camera dude, ended up going to jail, right? And then a YouTuber bailed him out of jail and paid for all of his fines. Like, W Internet. Oh. Bro got laid out.
So, where does that even leave us? Well, you have people arguing that he could actually get a whole lot more time than what the prosecutor recommended. What did the prosecutor recommend? Well, the prosecutor was recommending 3 years of prison with labor and 5 years on the SO registry in South Korea, which then follows with a deportation after all fines and time is served and a permanent ban from South Korea. And now it's currently being reported by South Korean media that he had his mom write a letter to the judge to help get him out. So what will happen to him? Well, honestly, if you ask me, I have no idea. I honestly wouldn't even be surprised if he got a slap on the wrist because that's what happened in Japan and he's already been stuck in Korea.
I mean, he's been stuck in Korea for almost a year and a half now. I mean, that's a long time.
But logically, one would think that he would get somewhere in
Bro's been there for so long, he might as well just claim residence.
Part of what the prosecutor recommended, considering he did the opposite of what you're supposed to do every step of the way throughout this entire trial. Like, if this was a game and you had option A and option B, and then
Bro picked the worst option in that dialogue group every time.
Option A was the good answer. And option
like, you have three options. You have yes, sir, no, sir, fuck you. And he chose fuck you every time.
And B was the bad answer. This guy picked the bad answer to every single thing along the whole way. I guess to unlock a special ending at the end of it. And he's about to unlock that special ending for the game because we'll find out what happens on April 15th. So subscribe and turn on notifications if you want to be notified immediately because we will absolutely...
Oops. Yo, W Atozy. All right. So
this Donald Trump's long post on Pope Leo.
Italian Prime Minister.
Apparently the Pope does not agree with us going to war with Iran, and he also doesn't agree with our border policies. And I find that interesting, considering that the Pope lives in the Vatican, which is a walled-off city.
Maloney, Trump's words on the Pope are unacceptable.
Pope Leo is weak on crime, and
you have to keep in mind that we also covered the Nigerian Christians are being killed in mass currently, still to this very second in Nigeria. They're burning down churches in Nigeria. It's a genocide right now in Nigeria. It's been for a little bit.
Terrible for foreign policy. He talks about, quote, fear of Trump administration, but he doesn't mention the fear that the Catholic Church and all other Christian organizations had during COVID when they were arresting priests,
let me tell you
ministers,
something. Let me tell you something. Look, I know there's a lot of religious people in this chat. I know there is. You shouldn't be listening to no man on what you believe. The Pope is another elected official in a religious culture that is put there by a bunch of people, same as you and me, to run the Vatican, to run the you know, the entire religion. Do not believe everything someone like the Pope tells you. If you really believe in this religion stuff, you know damn good and well that the Pope is a man just like anybody else. He's going to sit there in his walled-off city, preaching to everybody else what they should be doing with their lives, while he sits snugly at home in his nice big bed, and will most likely die in that position, right? He's going to die as the Pope. I mean, these guys are usually like, what, old as dust by the time they get into their position. So it's just another person at the ass end of the world telling America what they should and shouldn't do, and have no idea what it's like to deal with it firsthand. This, as Christians are being killed in mass in Nigeria.
Everybody else for holding church services.
The Hillsborough County Sheriff says a Florida pastor was arrested for holding church services during the ongoing...
Bruh, you were literally the president when that happened.
I don't want a pope who thinks that it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I don't want a pope who thinks that it's terrible that America attacked Venezuela. And I don't want a pope who criticizes the president of the United States because I'm doing exactly what I was elected in a landslide, setting...
He got elected for all of his policies. He did. Trump is doing more for the American people because he got in on his policies and he is fulfilling his side of the deal. Said he was going to bomb Iran. He bombed Iran. Said he was going to mass deport and shut down the borders. He mass deported, shut down the borders, and he's helping out with drug addicts. He's solving this, speaking of that, you should know, guys, that the Democrats are trying to push a new law. It's called the Charlie Kirk Act. These people preach about the Constitution. You should know they're trying to make it illegal to do independent journalism in some states. Don't preach to me about the Constitution when you actively try to make laws that go against freedom of the press and freedom of speech. Don't preach to me like you've got some moral high ground when your elected officials, these Democrats, are actively trying to take away freedom of speech and freedom of the press. They are not trying to hide it anymore. They are putting it in front of you and saying you're going to accept it.
Record low numbers in crime and creating the greatest stock market in history. Leo should be thankful because
look it up. It's called the Charlie Kirk Act. I'm not Charlie Kirk, motherfucker. Nick Shirley Act. Nick Shirley Act. Not Charlie Kirk. Nick Shirley. It's called the Nick Shirley Act.
Everyone knows he was a shocking surprise. He wasn't on any list to be Pope, and he was only put there by the church because he was an American. So you telling me that he's the DEI Pope? If I wasn't in the White House, Leo wouldn't be in the Vatican. Unfortunately...
They are going to use that bill to censor and make it illegal for independent journalists to do investigations, like what Nick Shirley's doing. We also have a video of Texas. Unfortunately, we've got an Indian infestation. Or India infestation. So if I say Indian, I'm referring to India. If I say Native American, well, I mean, we all know what Native Americans are, so I'm trying to be more correct whenever I say these two. So anytime you hear India or Indian, I'm not referring to Native Americans.
Weapons does not sit well for me. So what did Leo say? Like, I don't want to form an opinion about this until I see what he said.
I basically said that the message of the church, my message, the message of the gospel, blessed are the peacemakers. I do not look at my role as being political, politician. Don't want to get into
Well, if you don't want to use your position in politics, then stay out of politics. Don't tell the president of a foreign country what they should and shouldn't do. If you don't want to get burned in the kitchen, then don't get into the kitchen, my guy. Stay out of the kitchen. Don't open yourself. Like, it's just like what I say with these content creators. Don't throw yourself into politics if you don't have to. Don't do that.
Him, I don't think that the message of the gospel is meant to be abused in the way that some people are doing, and I will continue to speak out about this.
You're literally using your seat to tell Trump what he's doing is bad, even though he got massively elected for what he's doing. That's interesting.
It's war, looking to promote peace, promoting dialogue and multilateral relationships among the states. Too many people are suffering in the world today. Too many innocent people are being killed. And I think someone has to stand up and say, there's a better way to do this.
Thank you very much.
So that's what he said? Is this political. It? So Trump made this post, again, Trump as obviously, let me go back. And we can just put it back on. And so anyway, let me see here. President Trump deleted the social post to represent himself as Jesus. Not a surprise. Should have posted this one instead. That's actually funny. I like that.
Man, the trolls are out, boys. They're already out. Look at that. Don't you have a bowl of shit to eat, Game & Wade? Is that all you do? Oh, you've been here several times. Most of your stuff's been censored. Man, you just don't have anything nice to say, huh? Hide user. Enjoy your permaban. Yeah, I still can myself, India. And yeah, Native American is definitely hard to say because a lot of people are so used to saying like Indian or Indians whenever it comes to Native Americans. So it's like, it's definitely weird.
And anyway, so did you post a picture of depicting yourself as Jesus Christ?
And did you post that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ?
Well, it wasn't depicted.
Do your part. Had bad knees from working in a nursing home for the last 20 years. Sorry, I would help if I could. Where me go. I ain't got the time for that, bro.
It was me. I did post it, and I thought
I don't have the mental capacity to deal with that nonsense.
Bye. As a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support, and only the fake news could come up with that one. So
no, I'm gonna call them Indians or India. I'm not gonna call them that. I don't know any like. People need a more broader term than that. Calling Indians that. Nobody knows what the hell that is. Everyone knows what a Native American is. Everybody knows what an Indian is.
Obviously trying to pretend like you were Jesus. What are you doing?
I just heard about it, and I said, how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better, and I do make people better. I make people a lot better.
I mean, you obviously 100% were trying to be Jesus. What are you talking?
That's a picture that he posted and then he deleted.
About why are you even playing around with this?
Bro, you know what would have been even funnier if he said, yeah, that was me. I was that guy.
Again, it's so dishonest. Everybody knows that. And this is another thing with the Catholic Church.
The fact that he tried to go back on it, dude.
So far in 2026, the Catholic Church in the U.S. has welcomed the largest number of converts in recent years.
That's right. So you got Catholicism now at #1. America will most likely become a Catholic majority country in the 21st century. I mean, if it continues going in this direction,
there have been so many people that have turned to Christianity. It's not even funny, dude. Or Catholic. They're becoming Catholic all over the world even. Like, it's insane.
Is that happening? Shit was crazier than the Pope. Cubs fan, they lost. Okay, actually, let me watch this.
What do you say? They lost. So, you heard it there as the White Sox fan. Of course, the Pope responded they lost in Spanish and then in English. And he says it all with a smile. The White Sox reposted the moment on social media with a simple statement saying, "That's our Pope." Oh, my goodness.
That's right, bro. He's
That's funny.
Pope-maxing. He is. That's fucking funny.
That's hilarious, man. Okay. Oh, wait. All right. So, we have a problem in Texas. Huge problem.
Promised I would watch it, and I have to keep my promise. Gentlemen, we are going to figure out. I live in Texas, okay? It's called Exposing Texas's Indian Invasion. Oh boy. I don't know what's going to happen.
This is Frisco, Texas, a once quiet farm town turned home to one of the largest and fastest growing Indian communities in America.
Where are you from?
India.
From India?
Check out Tyler Oliveira. We watched him go. This is the guy that snuck on Epstein's Island. If you're wondering who this is.
India.
South India.
I'm in H1B.
I'm into IT.
Motherland India or Texas, USA?
Obviously, Motherland India.
Obviously.
You honestly haven't really missed much other like the ceasefire and a couple other like internet dramas. You haven't missed much when it comes to politics.
Motherland India.
As the Indian population exploded from 3% to 33% of the population since the year 2000, many Texans are outraged, declaring there has been an Indian invasion. But how are all these Indians coming to Texas? And is Frisco the only town in Texas where Indians are seemingly spawning out of thin air? I pulled up to the Frisco Town Hall meeting to witness the clash of heritage Texans and their new Indian neighbors. We need more or less H-1B people here?
We need a lot less.
Why?
I got laid off 20 years ago. I worked in IT. I have 2 master's degrees. I was making over $100,000 a year. They said, you're too expensive, we're going to hire Indian. But I haven't been able to find a job in IT since, and it's really sad.
And you know what? I don't have another home in India. I don't have another home in Bangladesh. I don't have another home. I can't move to Somalia. I won't be able to live there. I'll die. This is my home. The devil would say, well, you're...
Oh, man, calm down with that flag, bro. What the fuck? Calm down with that flag, man. Calm down with that. You're giving a bad name to everybody with that. That flag up out of here, bro. And you see, that's the problem. Oh, but we could get all these immigrants in here and work all these... Well, what about Americans? Americans can't go to a foreign country and work there. What about Americans? Like, it was like I was saying before, and I said this during the mass immigration, during the Minneapolis protests and all that slop. Not protests, the Minneapolis riots. The thing is that you can't convince an American that's lost their job to a foreigner that it's good for the country. Whenever you have, Pappy with his questionable flag sitting out in front of town hall, feeling like this and sitting here wondering if he's going to be able to make ends meet. You can't convince a bunch of Americans that allowing these people to come in and take all of our jobs is a good thing. Especially whenever you're making $200,000 or $100,000 a year, you get laid off for somebody that is going to work for pennies on the dollar and pretty much be told that if you don't work all these hours, we're going to send you back. That is good for the country. You're not. Every average American knows this.
Racist. That's racist. According to the Devil's Dictionary definition of the term, I am racist.
There's been a takeover in Frisco of the Indian population and a lot of concerned citizens, and I'm leading the way asking questions. And I made this because corporations own Frisco. I'm a lifelong Texan turned T-Mobile whistleblower. I started talking about H-1B because T-Mobile uses H-1B to employ foreigners while they're laying off Americans right down the street. You know, the Indian population in Frisco has
Defender of the Republic in his Snuggie under LED lights, RGB public. So what have I been saying that bothers you? What have I been saying that you have? Is this the same person? It's half the country, boy. What flag is giving us a bad name? The Confederate flag? That flag, yeah. The Confederate flag, yeah, that gives a bad name. You're actually, so this guy's not going to say anything back because all he did was just waste my time. And I know a lot of people say that. I know a lot of people stand by the Confederate flag. I get it. I get it. But it doesn't really help out the cause. Though I feel like if the things keep going the way they're going, we're going to be seeing a lot more Confederate flags. Like, I can see counter-protesters having the Confederate flags, and I can see the protesters that are there protesting their bullshit and getting paid to protest, having, on the opposing side, communist flags, because they already have the communist flags out and about. I'm just waiting for the counter-protesters to start waving the Confederate flag in the protests. Honestly, like,
has exploded 33% of the population over the past 20 years, a 4,000%
you're not wrong.
Increase.
I'm going to be honest, you're not wrong in saying that. You're not. You're right.
There might be a lot of people here that are coming here legally, but there also seems to be some red flags with the H-1B visa program. And the question is, are Indian people using that to bring people over?
So you're telling me Frisco's turning into Little Mumbai at this rate?
That's what people like to call it these days.
I'm America first. I'm pro-American.
USA.
Yeah,
USA.
I think it's a good sign. People whoever has done the fraud, they should be brought to the justice. And I'm now running for the...
Yeah, and I agree. If you've done fraud, I don't care what race you are. I don't care what ethnicity you are. I don't care what religion you are. If the Vatican, if the Pope was committing fraud in his country and it was illegal, he should go to jail. I don't give a fuck. You commit fraud, go to jail.
The Justice of Peace in Texas.
Justice of Peace?
Yes.
What's your name?
Martin Paretti.
Martin Paretti.
Yeah. I want everybody enjoy the life, but at the end of the day, we want to do it right.
My beef isn't with the Indian people. It's with the system that are allowing them to do what we are experiencing.
Exactly. We don't have any hatred towards these people, these foreigners that are coming into our country and taking all our shit. It's the systems that are allowing them to do this. Like, that's the problem. It's the systems in place that are allowing these people to mass immigrate and turn entire cities into their own culture. Like, if you allowing immigration is good at a slow, meticulous pace, because if you just throw a whole bunch of people from China in Japan, it's going to start looking a whole lot like China. If you take a bunch of people from Japan, like a mass group of people, and you drop them in America, it's going to look a lot like Japan. Like, you have to allow the slow, meticulous assimilation into a society. When you just drop a civilization in the middle of another civilization, this is what it looks like.
Is there sufficient talent in America? Do we need infinite H-1Bs, so to speak?
We do have enough talent in America. Okay. We strongly believe because
they want to be like, well, it's a melting pot. But it can't be considered a melting pot if all you're doing is dropping a bunch of iron into the cooking pot and expecting it to melt with everything else. That's not how it works. You have to, throw ice in there, give it some more water. You can't. let people mass move to your country and then turn it into their culture. That's not a melting pot. That's a literal cultural takeover.
No, the Americans landed on the moon when all of these H1Bs even born.
To be fair, we did borrow a few Germans.
You see, we got a lot of natural citizens also became Americans, right? So they're also getting laid off.
Do you think there should be a strong limitation on the number of H1Bs?
I am advocate for the
H1Bs?
Limiting the H1Bs. India is a great country. We respect pluralism, and most of Indians, they enjoy the American part of the American society. And I know you guys like the Indian food a lot too, right?
This is true. I do enjoy tikka masala.
Yeah. If we turn away from God and the Word of God, if we worship these Indians, these Somalis, if we just give everything to them, willing to cut your own throat, we'll die.
H1Bs are the scapegoats. The employers, those are the people who have to investigate it. You know, even in one of my friends told in Dallas, you know, most of Indians, they'll follow the practice, the caste. If you're not in the same caste, they will let you go. It happened in Dallas.
So casteism is happening here in Texas.
Yes, absolutely.
I have my heart for all immigrant people, but man, we got to do it the right way.
I want to ask you, infinite legal immigration, though, will still alter the fabric of any place, right?
Correct.
Would you be a proponent of infinite legal immigration?
Don't understand it quite what you're saying, but yes, I mean, if it's done legal, if it's done the right way, yes, because to what I've seen, countries have been blessed when immigration is involved. You know, when you got different kinds of groups involved.
Oh, by the way, I'm here every day. I haven't said that at all today. I'm here every day, 8 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. Central Time. Every day talking about the same topics. We do gaming in the morning. We get into politics. We react to Asmongold, Tectone, Atozi. We do body cam videos. I'm an ex-firefighter. I used to get paid to do that. I kind of give my expertise in the EMT stuff when it comes to the body cams. I'm 31 years old, and I do this every single day, 8 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. Central Time. We're here every single day. I was even here on Easter. So please stick around, sub to the channel, hit like on the streams. Don't worry if you miss a stream. The streams are always up. They're always up. Always.
It the right way, following the rule of law.
Check out that channel membership. We have a channel membership. W constant viewers, W channel membership peoples. You get exclusive emotes. I don't have an editor. I do everything myself. So all this is me.
It's a good thing.
But if the law has allowed Frisco's Indian population to go from less than 2% to almost 20% Indian in the last 20 years, turning Frisco into a majority-minority city, is the intent of these work visas bringing Indians to America to support our labor force or to replace it altogether?
To the flag of the United States of America.
This is insurrection. This is the overthrow of the United States government, which is why 20 million people walked across that border. I can't go to Somalia and live, or Mexico. This is my home, America.
And he's right. He's absolutely right. It's colonization. That's what it is. They're coming here, taking all the jobs, taking all the seats and power, and inevitably, if it continues, they will own the country. They're already trying to take away rights. We've seen it in Canada. They took away their gun rights in Canada. They're taking away, for example, the BBC just did a recent talk in Britain about how there are too many companies that allow dog owners to bring their dogs into the private businesses and stuff. It's kind of a known thing that people in Iran, or like people that are Muslim, don't like dogs like that. So it's not just that they move here. They're trying to change our culture. They're trying to take it over. And every year that we don't have that border shut down and don't have mass deportations, it becomes more and more obvious that that's what it is. And even now, they found a link that all the protesters that are protesting across the country that have these communist flags, like there's a guy in China that is a tech company owner that has billions of dollars that he's been funding in China. This is from China. A dude in China funding a lot of these protests that are in America. Like, we have a lot of people trying to not assimilate with America, but to try to take it over. They're doing the same thing to Canada. They're doing the same thing to the UK, Britain. It's bad. It's bad.
The H-1B visas, we don't need them. We don't, not right now. Someday, but not now.
And now, as of late 2025, T-Mobile USA opened a global technology hub in Hyderabad, India that employs thousands of Indians while they're laying off Texans and Americans. They've even sent Americans to go train these Indians in India. T-Mobile USA could have easily opened up this technology hub in the United States of America, and they could have ran it out of one of the 2 Frisco offices on Warren Parkway. On top of that, T-Mobile spent $81.5 million on salaries for H-1B employees in the United States in 2025. All salaries that could have went to Americans. Is it a coincidence that T-Mobile has a new Indian CEO as of November last year? Probably not.
We are the entrepreneurs, high-skilled professionals, fueling the tech and medical corridors that make our Collin County a national leader. In Frisco, you will find us serving in our churches, seeking peace in our temples, practicing charity at our mosques. We are guided by timeless wisdom that transcends borders.
Indian Americans play a crucial role in Frisco's growth. Many work in high-demand fields such as technology, healthcare, engineering.
But we could take Americans and train them to do that. We don't need Indian immigrants to do that. That's what they don't seem to understand. We don't need a bunch of foreigners to do that. We have homeless Americans that just need a job. We have immigrants here already that are living on Skid Row with their family. What do you think is going to happen to you? Like, it just...
Finance and entrepreneurship.
My name is Shri. My name is...
If they did it to the Americans, and they did it to the immigrants that are on Skid Row, what do you think is going to happen to you? If you get with a cheater, do you think that person's not going to cheat on you? Think about it, guys.
My name is Siddharth. Hi, my name is Mathila. Hi, my name is Anvika.
Indian Americans make up 1.6% of the population, but are responsible for $200 billion in taxes, have the lowest crime rate. And over the last couple of years, we've seen some of the greatest
I gotta give that to the Indian people, man. The Indian people are so peaceful. I gotta give it to them, man. A lot of them are so nice. Seriously, a lot of them are so cool.
In the history of America, people are upset. The American dream is alive and well here, and it's not because the streets are paved.
The American dream is being given to a bunch of foreigners. That's the problem. That's the thing that they don't want to grasp for obvious reasons. The American dream is alive for foreigners that want to take over America, but it's not for the average American. That's the problem. It's no longer the American dream, it's the foreigner's dream.
With gold, it's paved with the ingots of possibilities.
Every person in this room right now, their ancestors have come from a different country, a different continent. Despite these positive contributions, Indian Americans sometimes face discrimination or hate.
I urge the council and the residents to reject such a rhetoric that divides residents based on what or where they came from.
Let me on to OPT to H-1B.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Motherland India or Texas USA? You laughed at that one.
No, obvious.
So now he's asking them who he would fight for. Who would these people fight for if a war came?
You from Hyderabad?
Think about that. If we try to go to war with any other country, do you think that these people that have come to our culture that haven't assimilated because they've been mass brought here, do you think they would assimilate with us? No, they'd start killing Americans. That's what they would do. Instantaneously. It was proven right whenever we started bombing Iran. You had these terrorists going out shooting up the nightclub in Austin. You had those two schmooks in fucking New York throw those bombs at the police. These people aren't here for the culture. They don't care about us. They're not here to assimilate with us. They won't fight for the country. Why are they here? It's obvious.
Really?
I'm from Chennai.
Are you here on like H1B?
No, right now still I am my student visa.
I see, like
so,
F1.
Yeah, yesterday the H1B results got rolled out, so I'm just waiting for my decision.
Yeah, I'm on F1. Waiting for the same results.
Are you anxious right now?
Let's hope for the best.
I work in a company, software company.
Software?
Yeah.
And are you H1B?
Yes. So if I get my H1B, I can stay here for more 5 years.
What happens if you don't?
I still have my time, like almost 2 years from now.
2 more years.
So maybe I need to try for different visa, or else like go back to India then.
I'm on H1B.
H1B. Did you come here as H1B?
No, I studied here.
So F1, OPT, H1B? Okay, it seems like that's the common pipeline. Come here as international student, get green card?
That's what it is. Yeah, that's what I did.
And you know what's crazy? Come here as an international student, get handed college. Oh yeah, you need us for the tech industry. Well, why don't we hand that to an American person? Someone that's been here on American soil. Why are we importing people to do these jobs when there are a shitload of like, whenever I tried to get a scholarship to go to college, I ended up still having to take out a subsidized student loan and an unsubsidized student loan. I was so disenfranchised as a fucking white male, as a multi-generation American, that I couldn't even get a scholarship as a poor American, because every one of them that I saw was either for female, some weird DEI shit, foreigners. I saw one that was for me, and guess what? I filled out the information for it, and I didn't get it. Like, why don't we allow Americans to get that? Why are we mass importing this group of people that won't assimilate with the culture in our country? It makes no sense.
Have you seen the new wave of people from Telugu?
A lot of them, yeah.
A lot of them?
Yeah, lately, yeah.
How long you been in the States?
Around 10 years.
Are you on H1B?
I graduated.
Okay.
And I'm working right now.
Okay. Are you like on F1 visa? Yes. I see. Why did you end up here in Frisco? Did you have friends and family here?
Yes.
Okay.
This is actually my uncle's.
Uncle's restaurant?
Yeah.
Your goal to go from F1 to OPT to H1B?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Motherland, India, or Texas, USA? You laughed at that one.
No.
It's crazy that a middle-income child can't get a handout. So, I lived in a trailer that was brought by my grandfather from a junkyard that he fixed up. I spent a lot of my childhood with no electricity or water because the pipes would bust. I spent a childhood in a trailer where my mom beat the fuck out of my dad, and I told my dad at the age of 6 that I never wanted to see him again because all he would do is pop pills and say that he was going to take me to do shit over the weekends and he'd never come up. I lived in a childhood where my mom had to tell me that Santa Claus didn't exist because she couldn't afford to get me any toys. Whenever we left that trailer, the entire hallway had rotted out and fell through, and it didn't have a hallway to walk in. You had to walk on the dirt underneath the trailer, like an actual long trailer, not like a one that like a trailer that you would see in a trailer park, like a big one. Like it had broken windows in it that we couldn't afford to repair. The city kept trying to fine us for not having skirting around it. Like, And you want to sit here and talk about middle income child, bro? I was at the ass end of that spectrum. If slavery was still a thing, I'd be a slave, bruh. Don't talk to me about how these systems are working. They're working. My mom was dead by the time I tried to get into college. I worked at I worked at Aldine, Independent School District. I was a school bus driver. I wasn't making enough to be classified as full-time. I had no property to my name, and I was paying car payments on a car that was sapping $500 out of my account every fucking month. Could barely afford the insurance. Like, don't talk to me about middle income, guy, because you know nothing. I'm speaking from experience that these systems aren't set up for the average American. I'm telling you they're not. And I think that it's hilarious that people seem to think and know everything there is to know and think. And then they meet the person that lived through it. And you know what comes up next? It didn't happen. You know what's crazy is that we live in a day and age where there are more people looking up to see if the Holocaust was faked than the actual Holocaust. You know why? This happened a couple days ago. Some of y'all know that this was in my comments. A guy said to use history to try and disenfranchise me and say that we shouldn't be in the Iran war and that there's a diplomatic solution. But history would prove me right with the Nazis. So now we're going to say that history is a lie. That's the world we live in. That's the future that these trolls are cultivating that they don't even know they're doing. And it's working in favor for everybody that wants to tell you what you should think and feel. And you're being brainwashed, your kids are being brainwashed, and you don't even know it yet. You don't even realize it.
Obviously, motherland India.
Obviously, motherland India.
My motherland is India because I'm born and brought there, grow here, and I'm here to serve the US. So I can say that the second land for me is US because I'm getting here. The US give me the respect, job, and
You're pushing hypocrisy. You're a hypocrite. That's exactly what you were doing in my comments when I pulled your stupid ass up. If all you have to go on is this fucking retarded hypocrisy, I look forward to just banning you. Because if all you have to fall on is hypocrisy, you're built to fail.
And the good opportunity.
I'm planning to go back to India. So
Your daughter, is she a citizen of the U.S.?
Yes, she is.
Okay, so you're going to bring her back to India one day?
Definitely, yes.
Whoa, that might be challenging for her. Hyderabad or Frisco, Texas more?
How about this? Stop bitching and complaining about it and do something about it, huh? Instead of sitting there complaining, why don't you get up and do something? I am doing something about it. It's not my fault you're too stupid to understand that I'm doing something about it right now. You know why? I'm pulling a lot of hardworking Americans, a lot of hardworking young Americans, hardworking old Americans, immigrants that have migrated here and have assimilated with our culture. There's a few veterans here that are immigrants that migrated here. They see what's going on. They understand that as someone that got their citizenship, that it's not just us. Every person that has assimilated with the American culture is in danger. Their kids are in danger. I'm doing more sitting here than you sitting on my comments, not knowing how to spell.
More.
Hyderabad, of course.
Hyderabad, of course. then I have to ask, why are you
But I don't
here
expect a smooth brain to understand that.
in Frisco?
I had to. Feels like I'm still in my hometown.
Really?
Everybody from my hometown here.
Wow. So you moved all the way from Hyderabad, thousands of miles
I
away?
do more sitting in this chair, not advocating for death other than like terrorists, but they advocate for ours, so I kind of feel like it's even. And just talking about this than I could ever do out in the world being refused to do anything. Because that's what it would be. I would just get refused left and right. But I sit here in this chair behind this camera and I pull a bunch of people together and they can't ignore me and they can't ignore us. Every day it grows a little bit bigger. Every day.
To Hyderabad in Texas. The India Bazaar is right there. I want to see if we can find some F1 students in this 7-Eleven. And secondly, I want to see the moment I walk in there if I will be met with an Indian cashier. Hello, question for you. Are you on an F1? Are you an F1 student? No. Okay, are you H1B?
Yeah.
You're H1B?
Yeah.
Working here at 7-Eleven?
Yeah.
Okay, where are you from?
How about you want to make a bet the owners are Indian as well?
India.
Where in India?
Andhra.
Angara?
Yeah.
Is that close to Hyderabad?
Yeah, I'm going to call my manager.
Okay.
So-
And do you work in IT?
Yeah, I work in IT.
Yeah. I'm working with the Walmart here
Okay.
as a software engineer. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm into IT.
I work for a company.
IT?
Yeah, yes.
I knew it.
I do work for IT.
IT. Why do they dominate IT?
Just dominate IT because they have a master's degree in computer science. They study back in India.
Okay.
How do you know about the real world if you just sit behind a keyboard? Well, I talked about my childhood earlier in the stream. So let's talk about whenever I turned 19 and I was already I think I got my apartment at 18 because I had moved out, was couch hopping. It's around like 18, 19 because I didn't go to middle school. My mom beat the fuck out of me and would leave bruises, so she ended up pulling me out of middle school. And then I didn't go to middle school, and I started high school a little bit later, but I had really good grades, funny enough. Did that, ended up couch hopping through high school whenever I moved away from her house at 16, moved to Texas, couch hopped through high school, because I originally stayed with people until I turned 18, couch hopped the rest of the way through high school, and then I finally got my own apartment at 18, 19-ish, got into that. I worked at Sonic, did that for about a year, moved into somebody else, got a call that my mom had died, thank God, at work, got back to work because I had bills to pay, stayed there until I moved to Spring where I joined up with a Walmart, worked there for about a year, then I eventually left Walmart, worked for the United States Postal Service, did that for about a year, got away from that, joined up with the Aldine Independent School District, did that for about a year as a school bus driver, still have a Class C, I still have a CDL license, I can still drive school bus. I decided to go to college, went to college to become a firefighter, then I fought fires for a little bit, I'll say a little bit, and then that was fun. So I'd say that I know a little bit about life. I'd say I know quite a bit about life. I do know enough about life that I don't have to get into somebody's comments and call them names to try and suppress what they're saying because I don't like it. I'll just poke holes in their conversation and see where it leads me.
And that's how they just dominate.
I'm a student.
Student right now?
Yeah.
And you work in IT?
Yeah.
Okay, so my question is, are you F1 visa holder? So as an F1 visa, how many hours can you work per week?
40 hours.
And is it legal to work full-time on an F1 visa?
Yes.
That's a nice cheese string right.
If you want to volunteer firefight, you can do that. But remember, you won't get, number one, you won't get paid, obviously. And number two, if you get hurt on the job, your medical bills have to come out of your own pocket. If you want to be a paid firefighter, you have to go to college and go through a firefighting academy, get your EMT, and then you'll get picked up by a station eventually.
There. Who would have thought? Chicken tandoori pizza before GTA 6. While Frisco has become Dallas's unofficial Little India, you can find H-1B Indian spawn points all the way up in small Texas towns like Argyle, Texas. Okay, we're in a little Indian suburb near Denton. We're in Argyle, Texas. Lots of Indians. But how did they get here? And why are they in this small, semi-rural suburban town? You gotta tell me, as a Pakistani, why are there so many Indians here?
I don't know. They come on IT.
Are a lot of F1s working here?
Yeah.
Yeah? Illegally, right?
Illegal.
Illegally. I knew it.
They don't even pay right amount for these people, you know.
How much?
They work hours and hours. They pay low.
They pay low here. Should I expose them? Hello. Who's the manager here? Is there a manager here? Are you the manager? Are you the manager?
You have a
Yeah, I have permission. I'm here to ask you, are you paying F1
Morning,
students
morning,
illegal
morning,
rates?
everybody.
No
By the way, if you're new here, sub to the channel, hit like on the stream, helps out with them views. We're here every single day, 8 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. Central Time. So please sub to the channel. Please hit like on them streams, boys. Please, please, please. We're here every day.
No?
Everybody has a
You have paperwork?
Yes.
Yeah, you pay them legal
Yeah.
rates? Are you sure?
Yes, sure.
Do you own the store?
I'm the manager, right?
What visa are you on?
I'm on a work visa.
On a work visa. H-1B?
I have a work visa.
So they come to America. They get into college that's pretty much handed to them. As an American, we have to, take on $100,000 of fucking debt. So we pretty much pay for them to do this, by the way. We pay colleges so they can do this. We are subsidizing our futures as eventual slaves. So we have to take on hundreds of thousands of dollars of student loan debt while these people come to our country, get into our schools for free, and are given jobs after they complete their college, right? And the average American adult gets $100,000 of student loan debt that you won't be able to bankrupt out of, and you most likely won't be able to find a job because you're an American. You're especially if you're white. If you're white, you definitely won't get a job. And it's gotten better since Trump's been in office, especially since they dismantled all that DEI shit that gave jobs money for accepting diverse hires. But I want y'all to realize that between the fraud that's going on in all these states and the fact that these people are able to come here on these student visas and get into college for free, we are subsidizing their American dream. We are paying taxpayer dollars for their American dream. Every daycare that is registered as a multi-million-dollar mansion where you see a Somalian in is your taxpayer dollars. It would be fine if it wasn't registered as a damn daycare, but it is. That's the issue. That's why Americans are tired. It has nothing to do with race. It's because we're paying billions of dollars to subsidize somebody else's American dream, while the average American, like me, for example, as I was a firefighter making $65,000 a year, could not afford a home. Running into buildings, putting out fires, and saving people's lives, could not afford a home. It's the same thing with teachers. teachers get paid damn near like a fraction of less of what I get paid. How does that make any sense? How? And you wonder why Americans are fuming.
On good authority, there may be some F1 employees here being paid under the table illegal rates. That's what I'm asking you. Is that true or false?
Sir, this is a busy time.
Is it true
so
or is it
we
false?
can talk outside.
Where are you from?
I'm from India. Hyderabad.
I'm from India, Hyderabad. I'm from Hyderabad.
Is that Hyderabad?
Yeah. In India.
Okay, Hyderabad?
In the same state, but in a different city.
What visa are you on? F1 student? Yeah. And what do you study?
Computer science.
I'm on green card.
Do I need to specify that?
Yes, if you could. Oh, you don't want to? Why?
That's my wish.
I see. I imagine you're on not an F1 if you're working, right?
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm a TN visa. I'm permanent.
Okay, so your green card.
Yeah.
Would you prefer India or USA?
US is good. Why not
Okay.
US? That's why I'm here.
Is your wife here?
No, yes, here. But yeah.
Is she on a? Is she also on a visa?
No, she's not. She's in the same green card with me.
Same green card.
Yes.
And do you have kids?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And are they here?
Yes, they are here. They're going to school.
Okay,
Everything is
so-
good. They're born and raised here. Everything is good.
Oh, born and raised here?
Yeah.
Okay, what are you working?
Software. Engineer. Software.
Software engineer. Did you get a college education in India or the USA?
India. Yeah, I work in IT.
IT. Why are Indians so good at software engineering?
That takes a lot of math,
Brain power?
physics.
I came here on F1, but then I converted to H1. And
So
I'm
you
on-
came on F1 and then graduated to H1?
Yeah,
How hard was that process?
it was cool actually.
I'm from
TN
Canada.
visa. You're from Canada?
Yeah.
So you came from India to Canada to Texas?
Yes.
Most people who come here on an F1 have the intention to get an H1?
Yeah,
Yeah. Do you think that's fraudulent?
no,
No.
because it is valid that you can convert from H1 to H1. That is the reason most of the people come here.
But isn't F1 just for people who are coming here to study and not to work?
Yes,
So
that
do you think it's a bit of a fraud to come here to study and then end up...
people go back too.
Did you go back before you got the H1?
No.
Okay, so you came here on F1
Yes.
and now you're...
TN.
Are they getting paid legal minimum wage in Texas?
Here no F1 students working.
No
Here
F1
all-
students.
These all I have work permits. We have all work
On
permit
OPT?
students. Sorry?
F1, H1B, O1.
I have a work authorization.
I know you
My
do.
employers have all work authorizations.
So you're not employing any F1 students? On the record, yes or no?
No.
You promise me?
Yes.
You would swear to God?
Yes.
Swear on your mother's name?
Why you are asking like that questions?
Obviously, the H1B is a non-immigrant visa. When will you be going back to India?
We are thinking to go soon, but we are not sure what
Okay.
date.
And how have you liked Texas thus far?
It's good. I like US. I like India more. That is the reason I'm trying to go back. Basically, at the end of the day, our family is important, right? Our family is in India, so we need to go back to India.
I see. Are you married here?
Yep.
Is he also on H1B?
Yes.
So 2 H1Bs, and do you guys have children?
Yes.
Were they born and raised here?
Yes.
Do your children have Indian citizenship as well?
No.
No. Okay.
I told you, right? If you want a record to come with the legal, okay? I can show all my employee information with the date.
Let's see.
I don't want to.
Okay, you're gonna show me the paperwork or what?
Who? For me?
Me.
No, you don't have to right to come inside.
I
okay?
just did.
You can just out.
Why don't you just show me the 70% of America's H-1B visas? I met up with Mavash Siddiqui, a U.S. Foreign Service officer with 21 years of experience in national security and foreign policy, who worked as a visa officer at the U.S. consulate in India to understand what's going on here.
I'm not representing the US government. I'm not representing any other entity. It is just me, myself, and I speaking from my personal experience as a consular officer in India, which was 20 years ago. So an H-1B visa is a guest worker visa. It's a temporary status visa. You abide by the laws of the United States as a non-immigrant, and then your permanent residence needs to be in India, so you have to return back. When I served in India, my job was initially to basically focus on what is known as non-immigrant visas, that it is a travel document which is meant for temporary visitors. What I saw in terms of industrialized fraud was there was systemic corruption and fraud happening because everybody and their mother wanted to go to the United States. In that jurisdiction of Chennai, we were mainly seeing a lot of fraud patterns come from Telangana, the Telugu community, and really ravenous hunger amongst the 16 to 45 years of age people.
And you notice, I want y'all to let this sink in. These immigrants that are coming across these borders and being sent here, what age groups are they? What ages are they? They're usually 18 to 35. Well, if you want to wage war against a foreign country, what's a good age? Think about it. Why aren't they sending older people over that are more experienced? Why are they sending these young people through our systems to go to college? Why don't, if they're that desperate to find somebody to fill these positions, wouldn't an older guy in tech that has dozens of years of experience with technology and tech be way more suited for that position? Especially if you don't have to put them through college? That's interesting.
To basically use the visa loophole in order to cut the line and actually emigrate to the US. So the intent was to come to the US, work here, find an avaricious lawyer, go to the Department of Homeland Security, you change your status from like a visitor visa to a permanent residence. This hunger and craving that I saw created this systemic, massive ecosystem of fraud. For instance, when I went as part of the fraud management unit to this place called Hyderabad, there is a huge back industry called Amirpet. There's a visa industry. Don't have an opportunity to work in our industry, but then you have these Indian H-1Bs come in with just a Microsoft certification. Some even had the guts to present us with graphic designing, which is very different from, taking C, C++, assembly language, SQL, third degree calculus. That's very different. So it's just interesting how we had a very hard time revoking these because it's not like a simple revocation. It's a bit of a uphill battle for a public servant or a consular officer to revoke those, where the burden of proof falls on me. After a long, grueling day of interviewing 200 people, you have a stack of these H-1B revocations that you have to type up and send to the Department of Homeland Security and say, this is why we suspect fraud, which means, you're providing pictures and documents and a narrative and et cetera, et cetera. We don't have that luxury of time. So I saw the cracks and I warned people.
Are these H-1B visa holders superior to Americans in every way imaginable?
Absolutely not in screaming letters and OT, So that's the halo effect.
Well, there you go.
That they have benefited from, essentially because of, the Indian lobby. Everyone's
Keep in mind the Democrats are trying to crack down on this. They're trying to take this away with the Nick Shirley Act. The Nick Shirley Act will take away independent journalism. So just keep in mind that whenever you want to use a moral high ground or be fucking stupid with this fucking dumbass moral high ground bullshit, remember that whenever they were crying and bitching and complaining about the amendments in Minneapolis, remember, they are now trying to pass laws that will take away independent journalism and put people like Nick Shirley and Tyler Olivieri in jail for doing this. For doing what the mass legacy media that's being funded by rich billionaires won't do because they're not allowed to, because it's outside of their realm of money.
Like there's kickbacks.
Remember that.
Gets the visa.
Remember that whenever the rights start getting taken away.
Industries there. So people have created this narrative. It's almost like information operations against the United States, right? Where
we are somehow inferior to the labor supply in India. And I say India because 70% of the H-1Bs are coming from India.
Exactly, right? And there is a visa category that they could leverage called the O1 visa, if they were indeed those super geeks or very smart people, but these are not exemplary individuals. These are run-of-the-mill people, but when they come here between the 16 to 45 years of age, and the ones who have basically taken the F1 visa route, and then they get sashayed into the OPT program, and then they get preferential treatment by the Silicon Valley manager. engineers and the various IT industry managers who are basically get seated in the H-1B managerial role, they would prefer their own Indian people, because it's not about necessarily, because the Indians are the best and the brightest.
CA State Assembler C. Sal DiMauro is slamming state Democrats for voting to advance a controversial law, AB 2624, to silence citizen journalists and shield taxpayer-funded organizations from public scrutiny. DiMauro has gone as far as dubbing AB 2624 the Stop Nick Shirley Act for the chilling effect it had. While it will have no free speech, AB 2624 comes as an independent journalist like Nick Shirley have used viral videos to expose fraud and abuse in government-funded programs using an on-the-ground footage and first-hand documentation. AB 2624, the Stop Nick Shirley Act, claims to be about protecting immigrant organizations from threats of violence, when in fact the legislation would apply to any left-wing group that claims to provide any service to legal or illegal immigrants. For example, under AB 2624, the Stop Nick Shirley Act, and titles like the Somalian Leering Center, daycare centers would all be covered if they are appropriated inside California. During a recent Assembly Committee hearing, DiMauro directly confronted the bill's author, Mia Bonta, over language that would allow individuals affiliated with certain organizations to demand the removal of videos, recordings, even if taken in public, and even impose costly financial penalties against those who publish the videos online. DiMauro warned the bill would be used to block investigative reporting and intimidate journalists, watchdog groups, and members of the public documenting wrongdoing. Assembly member Carl DiMauro, full statement on AB 2624, the Stop Nick Shirley Act. California Democrats are trying to intimidate citizens, watchdog journalists, and protect waste and fraud happening in far left-wing NGOs. AB 2624, the Stop Nick Shirley Act, can only be described as the Stop Nick Shirley Act, a bill designed to silence citizens, journalists exposing fraud and abuse of taxpayer dollars. So now that I've said that out loud, now that I've described what's in the bill, do you have anything else to say before I permaban you? Do you have anything else you want to say? Because you're fucking wrong and you're about to get permit. Do you have anything else? What? Everyone else sees here what you're doing. I just read to you what the bill does. I just read to you what the bill does. My boys, we have a video for this individual. Before he gets his permaban, I have a video for you I want you to see. I want you to see this video and maybe take this information and it might help you in your life. It might help you in your life. This is brought to you by one of the smartest men that knows more about the stars than philosophy. Let's just say that. But he's still pretty philosophical.
Someone I know who doesn't believe we went to the moon. So I said, what kind of evidence would convince you? He said, images of the landing site of the Apollo missions. So I said, okay, here's a website where we sent an orbiter to the moon so that it was close enough, because ground-based telescopes, they don't have the resolution to see the landing sites. But if you get close enough to the moon, you can. It photographed the entire surface of the moon, and there were the landing sites, and you saw the rover tracks, the base for the lunar module. That night, he went home and found it. Then he came back and says, NASA could have faked that. Well, I'm done with you. We have no more to talk about because he's not ready to be convinced.
So you can die on that hill, and I'll continue to be entertaining and speak the truth. How about that? Don't you just love it, boys? Don't you just love it?
You know, bribery is quite normalized. The sad part is that I saw a lot of H-1Bs.
Skilled H pay thousands of dollars a month to rent an office with no signs of.
It would give corporations that are like the Leering Center the ability to request takedowns of videos in America that are doing independent journalism like Tyler Oliveira and Nick Shirley. This bill takes away your rights in the Constitution at a federal level. I want you to let that sink in.
Human life locked during work hours in the middle of the work week with no employee.
Sapnex LLC, 3 companies are registered to this location. Looks to be a completely empty office, nothing in there. Take a look. Emptiness is all I can see. We have 4 H-1Bs.
Wow, that looks awfully familiar, don't it? Boy, it's a good thing that we currently don't live in a country where just because you post this, it can't be taken down.
Who comes back?
Man, that sure is handy.
Same attorney is the recurring thread. He's threaded into many of these companies in different locations all across the DFW area. Could it be a coincidence? Very well could be. He could just be the guy, the attorney, the Better Call Saul of LCAs.
So I called Sean Parvathaneni, an Indian immigration attorney who files LCAs and H-1B petitions on behalf of countless companies with ghost offices that I visited throughout this video. Could he perhaps explain what was going on here? But real quick, Patreon banned me for noticing too much, so now you can support our work at tylerraw.com to get access to videos.
There is no one home.
Hi. Doing good.
It's the same shit that's happening in all these other states in America. The same shit. And you're going to have dogs like that dude that I just banned permanently that are going to back it no matter what. They're going to keep being a bunch of cucks. So that way these people can keep coming in here, taking our fucking jobs, taking all our fucking taxpayer money, and then shut down the independent journalists that are exposing this shit. Well, I'm not going to take it laying down. Sorry, I'm not a cuck like some people. Not me. So we have a huge fat culture again. They think that they're going to come back from this. So if you're wondering where the body positivity movement came from, it came from a lady that was in a foreign country that had had acid thrown on her face. And that's where the body positivity movement came from. For whatever reason, a bunch of fat asses in America thought that it meant that they could sit there and shame people like Sydney Sweeney on her jeans commercial and, you know, try to cancel her and do all this other stupid shit. Well, obviously not. Obviously it's not working. You know why? Because a lot of the people that are fat as fuck that weigh this much are dead now. They're dead. You know why? Because they tried to push this weird narrative where they tried to force people to like fat people. And the thing is it's biology. If you're over a certain amount of weight, you have a natural detraction from that person. You know why? Because your body tells you there is something wrong with that person. Now, I'm not fucking skinny, but I also work out daily. So I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah. If I got that big, bro, I'd be in the kitchen cutting my fat off with a knife. Straight up. Like, especially with Ozempic and stuff now, I know it sucks to take it, but you only have to take it for a little while. I get it. But
called for the association.
It's not so much that you're fat. It's the fact that you want to advocate for people to be fat. Being fat, I'm going to say what the DEI doctors that want to push all this weird gender shit won't. Being fat is bad for your health, and you will die at a young age if you're fat. Okay? I'm not even an EMT anymore. You will die at a young age if you stay a majority of your life overweight.
fat acceptance. They practice fat defiance. What is that, like not being able to fit in the seat at Disney World? Fat defiance is whenever I can't fit in an airplane seat. Fat defiance is when I complained that I only got 6 nuggets when I ordered 6 nuggets, but I actually wanted 8.
How are you practicing fat defiance in 2026?
I've been practicing fat defiance for many, many years.
I believe you.
Yeah?
You've been practicing fat defiance for your entire life. I think you're right.
In 2026, well, I'm going to keep doing that by continuing to lead NAFA and civil rights work. I'm also going to do it by wearing whatever I want to, at whatever size I happen to be in 2026. Bigger, smaller, same.
Bigger, a lot bigger, really big, huge, massive, large, chubby.
Whale. Whale. You can't forget about whale. Great white. Extra sized. That's a huge bitch. What else we got? Boys, like, what else we got?
Thick, more to love.
Morbidly obese. Morbidly obese.
BBW, plus sized. I mean, how many other pieces of vocabulary?
Orca?
Enormous, gigantic. Yeah, bro, like, we've got a whole lot of them.
Whatever.
Bro, they be at the fucking... I'm gonna go to hell for this. They be at the doctor's office, or they be at the Golden Corral. They go up to that table, they go... They grab that food and they push you out of the way, and they look at you and they go... And then they eat it, and you're just like... Fat fuck.
It is. That's how I'm defying the standards of being told what I'm supposed to do with my body and doing what I'm...
Nobody ever said that you were supposed to not wear this. You can wear whatever you want. It's just unhealthy. Like, this is the thing that's very funny to me.
Oh,
is these fat people think everything's about them. It's not about you. It might be if we're trying to get around you, or you're at a Golden Corral or something like that. But in general, the world does not revolve around you. It could.
Not yet.
But it doesn't. The reason why is because nobody gives a shit. You want to be fat, be fat. That's fine.
It's whatever you lead to this inconvenience of other people, where you had that dumbass entertainer that was trying to say that fat people needed bigger seats on airplanes. No, you just need to lose weight. Or that one girl that sued the fucking Lyft company because her fat ass couldn't fit in the back of the car and it would drag the bottom of the car. Like, what the fuck?
Be a fat ass. But holy shit. This isn't... You're not doing anything. You're not fighting anything. You're not pushing an agenda. You're not resisting anything.
Morning.
With my body.
And I know that's right.
Fat joy. Lots of fat joy in 2026.
How much... let me finish the video.
It's all about community and fat joy.
Of fat joy.
Well, I'm a fat physician working in
I'm a fat physician?
inclusive care, and I'm the program director.
Weight
Man, our kid's gonna be cooked, bro.
Inclusive care? What is that, where you tell other fat people that they're healthy? I think people like that should have their license.
They should. They absolutely should. If you're a physician that tells a fat person they're healthy, you should have your license taken away. You should. You know why? Because it's a matter of time before a fat person starts having a lot of health problems. I can't stand this mentality where you can't say to a girl or even a guy, you got a few pounds, maybe you should start shedding them, you know, like how is that? How did we classify that as a bad thing? Sorry that I want you to live longer. Sorry that I want you to be healthy. Sorry that I don't want to see your family suffering because you don't know how to lose some fucking weight. Like, you can be overweight, sure, but at least be active. Do something in your day that gets you outside and active. Like, I run for 16 minutes 5 days a week. Like, get out there and do something, you know? Go out into the sun. Go do something. Be active. Go play a little bit of basketball or something. You know what I'm saying? Like,
taken away. I do. I think that not being able to, like, it's another frame reference indicator. Like, if you think that being fat is healthy, you shouldn't be a doctor, and they should just take your license away. It's that simple. Like, I mean, it's malpractice. Yeah, it's just it's not even like, it's not complicated, right? It's just malpractice.
Donald Trump's.
That means they have industrial scales. Yeah. It's like basically, you know, like her patients, they have to get an MRI at the zoo. Like, yeah, Karen, yeah, we've got the walrus. We've got the walrus ahead of you, and after the walrus is done, we can fit you in before we need to do the cow.
Go outside every day to smoke. Hey, I mean, if you don't care, that's fine, man. Ain't nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with not caring. It's not a matter of, it's just like the trans thing. If you want to whop your willy off and you want to go around as a woman, that's great. Stop dragging kids into it. Stop trying to push this weird agenda. Stop being a fucking overzealous about it. No one cares. If you want to be fat on your own side of the world, doing your own thing where you're not involving other people in that nonsense, or you're not hurting anybody that's not, like, you know, part of your family, you know, that doesn't mind dealing with you or does mind, I don't care. That's not my business. That's fine. But when you're going on an airplane, you making TikToks about how fat people deserve bigger seats, it's time to cut that to the quick. It's time to cut that quick.
Oh, you need an MRI? Yeah, okay. Google SeaWorld and call them up.
For ASIM, which is Association for Awareness and Inclusive Medicine, so that's the finance that I'm doing. I'm increasing my fat community. I am loving on fat people. I am loving to get to know people like you and other fat, amazing people out there.
Fat, amazing people. There's like a new term. That's amazing. She's gonna be dead soon. Look at her hair's gray. Fat people don't live that long because they're fat.
Like existing and just being and knowing that I'm a bad bitch. Period. I am living authentically. I am exploring fashion in different ways.
That's you exploring fashion? Really? That's it? Like, your neck's so fucking fat. This looks like
oh my god, dude, that thing looks like it's about to pop off. Holy shit. Why are you wearing that?
Shock collar. You know, it's not supposed to be like that on you.
Or this shit gonna pop off and kill somebody he's standing next to.
Oh my god.
Don't be around this person when he eats or drinks. It may be your last day on this planet.
And taking up space. Physically.
I'm taking up, wait.
Emotionally, yeah.
That's great. I'm so glad and proud of you for taking up space. Great job. That's so brave of you. Maybe you can get in the way of somebody else tomorrow, too.
Here, let it all hang out.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
I am donating to NAFA.
You know how much money it takes to be this big? Because, like, you have to have a constant calorie input to maintain and get bigger. Like, how the fuck? How do some of these people afford this? Like, maybe back in the day whenever you could get, like, 3 carts of groceries for, like, $300. But, like, how? How are you maintaining this?
Practice your fat defiance by joining a NAFA pod for just $5 a month. However much you can. It is a...
Look at her hands.
They're
it's
gonna
like
have
whenever
orbit
you take a
soon.
surgical glove
Oh my
and
god!
you like put air in it, you blow into it, and it's like all swollen up.
That's funny, dude.
Jesus, look at that. You know what I'm saying?
Huge act of fat defiance to put your money towards great causes where we are creating fat community and creating change in the world like these organizations are doing.
The fat community? What's it called? Yeah, I've got another word for fat community. It's called suicide cult.
I think it's just being more confident in myself and like being.
He's not even that big. Like, he's actually not even that big. He's like reasonably sized. He's like overweight. He's not at the morbid point yet, you know?
And taking up space and not apologizing for it. And that's both like.
Look at how absolutely selfish and obnoxious that is. You're confident in taking up space. So, again, this is. It's so. There's a reason why gluttony is one of the 7 sins, all right? Poor? Yeah, I heard Ozempic's kind of expensive. I don't know.
Yeah,
What is this, screaming in Arabic about killing Jews in the name of his lot, rest of it? And he called this girl a fuck hog. Like, it's just... She's out of breath just
Now, the good news is that as of today, there's no more long distance.
You broke
The
up.
bad news is there's also no more relationship. I know, very sad. It's okay though, he was kind of a weird guy. He had 9 pet snakes. 9! And I
Well, at least he didn't have 900 pounds. I mean,
like to consider myself an
and bald. He was the weird guy? Hold on, wait. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You have a bald head. You're out of breath just talking on a microphone. And you were, like, how is that, what?
understanding person, but that's like 6 snakes too many for one person to have. He also lives in a mold.
And you know what's sad? I've got a better joke. I've got a rebuttal to that. And 900 pounds is 900 pounds too many. Don't you just want to date this person? Don't you just want to let them into your life and they sit there and they say, yeah, I take up space and I'm proud of it? Don't you just want this person all day, every day around you?
Would have been funnier if you said that's it. It should be more. Like, it's just... She's out of breath. Just... They've got to make the table higher. The fact that she has to lean down to read her jokes, like, you can't do
Bro,
that.
that's what I'm saying. Honestly, I should just have this video on repeat on my phone somewhere so that way if I get hungry, I just look at this person and be like, nope.
Parents' driveway.
Nope.
And it's just like, come on, dude. You're 28. Have some self-respect. Be like me and live inside your dad's house.
Not for long. You can't even live inside them jeans, girl. That shit about to pop the fuck off.
I wonder how I'm a lesbian who's had a recent partner that uses he, him pronouns.
Oh.
By the way, these are the people that are on Twitter that are telling you what's normal. Okay? These are the people who are saying that, well, this is, you know what? This is not the way that we should do things. These are the ones that are saying this is the way everybody should act. That's I think that this doing so, I think
don't you just love it, guys? Don't you just love it? Okay. We'll cover that tomorrow. Back. Okay, so this guy completely ruined his life. Like, it's over for him. I believe he was a Democrat in one of the
I will
states.
talk about this. This guy was a
He's trying to be-
notorious retard. Every opinion he had was retarded.
Exaggerated this issue, and now trans kids are being attacked.
Everything that...
Oh, no. Hell no. Hell no.
he said was retarded.
So I would yield to any of my colleagues on the Republican side who can unequivocally say that Black Lives Matter.
Does the gentleman believe that all lives matter? I think Black lives matter. I think all
Reclaiming
lives
my
matter.
time.
And it turns out that his dick also is retarded because he couldn't control it.
Eric Swalwell, a man who admits to a close personal relationship with an actual Chinese spy who helped him get elected to Congress, raised money for him.
And
that's interesting. That's really interesting. That seems like a fucking problem.
And he sharded on CNN
to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. Okay, that.
Holy shit. God damn.
That was embarrassing.
God damn.
That was a fought.
Yep, there it is. Oh, this is him with a hooker. Suspect, Congressman Swalwell kisses alleged sex worker. He's been married for a decade. 4 women have described sexual misconduct by Eric Swalwell, informing a former staffer who says he her. Eric Swalwell should drop out. He even lost Harry Sisson. That's crazy. How did that happen? So this is what he said as a response.
A lot has been said about me today through anonymous allegations. I thought it was important that you see.
And this is, by the way, the video with him with the hooker was posted after this.
Hear from me directly. These allegations of sexual assault are flat false. They are absolutely false. They did not happen. They have never happened. I have certainly made mistakes in judgment in my life.
I've certainly made
but
mistakes.
Those mistakes are between me and my wife. And to her,
I have cheated on my wife. Okay.
Apologize deeply for putting her in this position. I also apologize to you if in any way you've doubted your support for me. But I think you know who I am.
Well, let me get this straight.
No. Nobody knows who you are. You don't know somebody unless you lived with them. No, nobody knows you, man.
Wife doesn't even know who you are. But you think that we do?
This weekend,
yeah, exactly.
I'm going to spend time with my family and friends.
Yeah.
I appreciate those who have reached out to me to show support.
43,000 replies. Woo! Support survivors, believe survivors, we are with you. 100% hashtag believe survivors. What?
Oh my god, dude shot his own foot off. He said believe survivors, and he literally out there getting accused of R-ing somebody, dude. Like,
whatever happened to believing all survivors? I knew you were creepy as fuck. Believe all women, bro fist. She has nothing to gain and everything to lose. It's time we believe survivors instead of attacking them. And sexual assault victims deserve respect. No one is above the law. Are you ready to stand up for women? 4 women have described sexual misconduct by Representative Eric.
Man, that seems to be the constant, huh? They keep trying to find shit for Trump, but they keep shooting their own foots off, man. Like,
Eric Swalwell. When did it
I guess that's what happens whenever you play footsies with a foreign spy to get into your seat, huh?
Until proven innocent, when these people decided that it was. If they want to play by those rules, then they're going to have to live by them.
The very next day.
So Eric Swalwell is resigning, is that true? I am deeply sorry to my family, staff, and constituents for mistakes in judgment. I will fight the serious false allegations against me. Well, oof. Did you make mistakes, or are the allegations false? I don't know which one's going on here. Isn't that a little bit odd? Like, what the hell's going on? However, I must take responsibility and ownership for the mistakes I did make. I am aware of efforts to bring an immediate expulsion vote against me and other members. Expelling anyone in Congress without due process within days of an allegation being made is wrong. But it's also wrong for my constituents to have me distracted from my duties. Therefore, I plan to resign my seat in Congress. This guy just got one shot. God damn. This dude's career got deleted in
Good. It needs to happen more. This needs to happen more. Now put his ass in jail.
He was running for governor. DHS just confirmed he's been referred to law enforcement. Oh my God. For illegally hiring a Brazilian nanny while she had no work authorization. What a surprise.
That is a form of sex trafficking. Those are hefty charges. All right, so
negotiations and maybe what went wrong in Islamabad. Joining us now, Vice President J.D. Vance.
Yo, Vance.
Vice President, thanks for the time.
Thank you.
What happened, and where do we go from here?
Well, first of all, Brett, I wouldn't just say that things went wrong. I also think things went right. We made a lot of progress, but we also made very clear, and I think this is part of the progress we made, what the terms where the United States could make some accommodation, what terms we were flexible on, and what things we absolutely needed to see in order for the President of the United States to feel like he was getting a good deal. And so we laid those things out. We had some good conversations. I think it was the first time that you had ever seen the Iranian government, the U.S. government meet at such a high level, maybe in the history of the current leadership of Iran. So that's, I think, a positive. And again, we did make some progress in the negotiation. The big question from here on out is whether the Iranians will have enough flexibility, whether the Iranians will accept the critical things that we need to see in order for things to get done.
Well, what are the red lines, like, for Iran, and what didn't they accept? Why are we at the place we're at now?
Yeah, so back out just a little bit, Brett. What the President of the United States has said is, number one, Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. So all of our red lines flow from that fundamental premise, because it is one thing for the Iranians to say that they themselves are never going to have a nuclear weapon. They are willing to say that, and that's good. But you have to, of course, verify these things. And there are two things in particular where the President of the United States really said we have no flexibility. We have to get to the outcome that the President said. On the first of those things, what some people call the dust, which is the enriched uranium that the Iranians currently possess, we have said that we want that to come out of their country, and we would like to take possession of it. Now, why does that matter? That doesn't matter, of course, because they have access to that material now. That material was actually buried underground by Operation Midnight Hammer. But if you think about this over the long haul, the president doesn't want to leave the next president or the president after that to be worrying about this program. And so we would like to get that material.
Yo, W, Jules. Thanks for the Jules.
So that the United States has control of it. That's number one.
Oh, I actually get little notifications now. That's fun. Yeah, look at all them jewels.
And the second thing is that, again, to this point about verification, it's one thing for the Iranians to say that they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. It's another thing for us to
I've got tunnel vision. I'm the one that has tunnel vision. Let me tell you what the Stop Nick Shirley Act does. DA warns AB 2624 Bonta would restrict the release of investigative videos and impose penalties and watchdogs who expose fraud. CA statement, Assembly member Carl Damaro is slammed state Democrats for voting to advance a controversial new law, AB 2624, Stop Nick Shirley Act, to silence citizens, journalists, and shield taxpayer-funded organizations for public security. Damaro has gone as far as dubbing AB 2624 the Stop Nick Shirley Act for the chilling effect it will have on free speech. AB 2624 comes as an independent journalist like Nick Shirley have been used viral videos to expose fraud and abuse in government-funded programs using on-the-ground footage and first-hand documentation. AB 2624, Stop Nick Shirley Act, claims to be protecting immigrant organizations from threats of violence when, in fact, the legislation would apply to any left-wing group that claims to provide any service to legal or illegal immigrants. For example, under AB 2624, the Stop Nick Shirley Act, and titles like the Somali Leering Daycare Center would all be covered if they operated inside California. During a recent Assembly Committee hearing, Damaro directly confronted the bill's author, Mia Bonta, over language that would allow individuals affiliated with certain organizations to deem the removal of video recordings, even if taken in public, and even if impose costly financial penalties against those who publish the videos online. Damaro warned that the bill would be used to block investigative reporting and intimidate journalists, watchdog groups, and members of the public documenting wrongdoing. Assembly, Carl Damaro, full statement on AB 2624, the Stop Nick Shirley Act. California Democrats are too intimidated California Democrats are trying to intimidate citizen watchdog journalists and protect waste and fraud happening in far left-wing NGO AB 2624. The Stop Nick Shirley Act can only be described as the Stop Nick Shirley Act, a bill designed to silence citizen journalists exposing fraud and abuse of taxpayer dollars. Instead of fixing the fraud problems being uncovered, Sacramento politicians are trying to shut down the people exposing them. AB 2624 would allow activists and taxpayer fraud organizations to demand the removal of video evidence even if it captures misconduct in plain view and threatens journalists with massive financial penalties. That's not about public safety, it's about protecting powerful interests. If the bill becomes law, the message is clear to even every journalist in California: expose corruption and you will be punished. AB 2624 is an unconstitutional direct attack on transparency and the First Amendment and needs to be defeated. So, who's got the tunnel vision? So who's got tunnel vision? You're just going to sit here and post the same thing? I'm just going to permaban you because you're retarded. And you put in place
the mechanism.
I have a video for people just like you that are just too fucking dumb to read.
We went to the moon. So I said,
Google it. It's the first fucking thing that pops up.
What kind of evidence would convince you? He said, images of the landing site of the Apollo missions. So I said, okay, here's a website where we sent an orbiter to the moon so that it was close enough, because ground-based telescopes, they don't have the resolution to see the landing sites. But if you get close enough to the moon, you can. It photographed the entire surface of the moon, and there were the landing sites, and you saw the rover tracks, the base for the lunar module. That night, he went home and found it. Then he came back and says, NASA could have faked that. Well, I'm done with you. We have no more to talk about.
Damn
because
straight.
He's
Damn straight.
not ready to be convinced. If you resist...
Keep getting cucked out of your America. I'm not going to allow that. Loser. I'm just going to sit here and spam the same thing. Oh, yeah, I'm going to prove you wrong because I don't have to spam the same bullshit, dumbass.
To ensure that's
Jesus
not going to happen.
Christ.
Part of that is, of course, to ensure that they don't have the ability to enrich uranium, which is how they got so close to a nuclear weapon before. So those are really the two things where, frankly, the Iranians, I think, did make some progress.
We're here every day, 8 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. Central Time. There's no reason why you shouldn't sub to the channel. Like the streams. We're here every day proving morons like that they're fucking stupid and that these people are trying to take over our goddamn country. You can sit here and say all this bullshit and copy and paste the same thing. I'm going to have a counter argument for everything you got. That's just how it is. I don't have to call you names until I delete your comment, obviously. Once I delete your comment, I'm going to say whatever the fuck I want because you're dumb. But I don't have to sit here and call you names or act like I'm a big shot shit. I'm just going to read the information and provide it. I'm just going to provide the information. I literally Googled the Stop Nick Shirley Act. I got an entire article. That was the first thing I clicked on. It's at the top of the fucking search results. It's right there. Like,
they moved in our direction, which is why I think we would say...
Try to propaganda push for somebody who's actually going to believe you. It won't work here.
Had some good
Jesus.
signs, but they didn't move far enough. And so what we decided is, you know what? Given that we don't think this current team and this current timeline is going to be able to make a deal, let them go back to Tehran. We're going to go back to Washington, and that's where we are today.
So is there a next step? Are there more talks coming? Do they happen in Pakistan, and are you leading them?
Well, it's an interesting question, Brett, and I think fundamentally it's a question that would be best put to the Iranians because the ball really is in their court. We've made clear where we're willing, again, to be accommodating, and we've made clear where we absolutely need to see the nuclear material come out of the country of Iran. Now, what's interesting, Brett, about this is that in the process of doing this negotiation, I do think that we acquired some knowledge about how the Iranians are negotiating, and this is ultimately why we left Pakistan, because what we
So they left knowing full well they weren't going to solve anything.
Figured out is that they were unable, I think, the team that was there was unable to cut a deal, and they had to go back to Tehran, either from the supreme leader or somebody else, and actually get approval to the terms that we had set. So, again, whether we have further conversations, whether we ultimately get to a deal, I really think the ball is in the Iranian court because we put a lot.
And it doesn't matter because America has already set up a naval blockade for the Strait of Hormuz. The boats are going to be moving soon. And there's a video pulled up a little later in the chain that they are threatening America now that we've got the naval blockade up and the ships are about to start moving. They started to threaten America again.
On the table, we actually made very clear what our red lines were. We also made clear, Brett, that we actually would be very happy. The President of the United States has said he would be very happy if Iran was treated like a normal country, if it had a normal economy, if its people were able to prosper and thrive. But in order for Iran to be a normal country economically, it's going to have to be a normal country from the perspective of not pursuing a nuclear weapon, and it's going to have to be a normal country from not pursuing terrorism. And so there really is, I think, a grand deal to be had here, but it's up to the Iranians, I think, to take the next step.
I hear you talking about the enriched uranium and the nuclear weapon and the inability for them to have one in the long term. I don't hear you mentioning fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
I could have, dude, I could imagine the entire crew just being all hands on deck, shaking, just waiting for something to blow up.
Is that one of the red lines?
Well, it's one of the things we talked about, Brett, is that we need to see the Straits of Hormuz fully open.
I've put out a fire on one of those big containers, those big cargo ships before. It sucks. It was in like the medical area. It was like right at the near the front of the ship, right? I've been called out to a big cargo ship twice during my firefighting days. One of those, a guy had tore off most of his leg and he had to be airlifted out. Actually, 3 times. 3 times we had to airlift 2 people. And then one was where we showed up and we had a fire. We put it out, right? And that bitch flew right back up. It was like some kind of package. It was some kind of package that they had that kept lighting on fire. And we were able to put it out and get it off the ship. It wasn't a very big package. It could probably fit in like a first aid kit. We don't know what the hell it was, but it just kept lighting on fire.
And this is frankly one of the things where the Iranians tried to move the goalposts during the negotiation. We made very clear that that's unacceptable. We came to the negotiation saying the United States, what we've given here is a ceasefire. We've stopped bombing the country. What we expect the Iranians to give up is a full reopening of the Straits of Hormuz. We have seen, as the president has said, some significant uptick in traffic coming through the Straits of Hormuz. That's good for the global economy. It's good for the United States of America as well. But we haven't seen that full reopening.
The Iranian people are awesome. They want this just as much as America does and just as much as everybody in the Middle East does. They want the IRGC to get the hell out of their country. They've been oppressed for 47 years, dude. They want this. That's why whenever you have protesters down in New York that are protesting, like Venezuela, for example, the capture of Maduro, and you have counter-protesters that are Venezuelan asking the protesters, who are you? You don't come back from that, bro. It's obvious someone somewhere is paying them bills. They need to figure out who it is and cut the bank.
So our expectation is that the Iranians are going to continue to make
Then you get all these idiots in my comments propaganda pushing because they're brainwashed dumbasses. Dude, ain't nobody got time for that. Go get brainwashed somewhere else. Your propaganda pushing doesn't work here.
To opening the Straits of Hormuz.
Crazy, man.
And if they don't, it's going to fundamentally change the negotiation that we have with them.
You're not surprised. I mean, the Iranians often talk about negotiations and in a different way. The Iranian foreign minister posted in intensive talks at highest level in 47 years. Iran engaged with the U.S. in good faith to end war. But when just inches away from Islamabad MOU, we encountered maximalism, shifting goalposts, and blockade. 0 lessons earned. Goodwill begets goodwill. Enmity begets enmity.
World War III. That's adorable. I'm just going to ignore that one. You're young. Why aren't you still a firefighter? Are you disabled? Do you have a good reason for not helping others if you can? You know why? My goal was always to be a YouTuber. I heard that firefighters had a 48-96 schedule, which is 2 days on, 4 days off. And I wanted to be a part of that. I got hired at the one fucking department in all of Houston that had a 24 on, 48 off schedule, which was a great schedule. 1 day on, 2 days off. But they forced hours. So I was working 48 hours straight, actually catching shit too. We caught shit every day, multiple times a day. And I had 1 day off. I had to drive 45 minutes back home at 6 a.m. every morning and had to be back up at 3 or 4 the next morning to clock in. That's why I left. And you know why else I left? Because I risked my life for hardworking Americans in this country. And I realized something. The American dream isn't something that I can attain, making $64,000 a year, practically giving myself cancer for running into buildings. If I can't be expected to afford a house while helping other people, why the hell should I help other people? I'm doing more good sitting in this chair, preaching these words, than I ever did fighting fire. You know why? Won't be no damn houses, won't be no damn America, won't be no damn nothing if this is allowed to continue. That's why. America, as you know it, will cease to exist in the next 10 or 15 years. That's why. Won't be no America. Won't be nothing to fight for. Fuck that. Not me. Nope, not me.
That does not sound like they're heading back to the table anytime soon.
You let somebody from a foreign country roll up in this country, you give them daycare fraud money and let them get a multi-billion-dollar house, a mansion. You let them roll up in this country, and you want to sit here and tell me where my good is being? My good is sitting right here in this chair, telling people you getting fucked in the ass by these illegals and by these government officials that have come from foreign countries.
Does this ceasefire continue and then the war starts again?
Well, first of all, Brett, I have to give a lot of credit to Field Marshal Munir and the Prime Minister of Pakistan, both who are incredible hosts and I think incredible statesmen and helping, mediate the conversation between us and the Iranians. Again, two countries that have not really had serious discussions in a very long time. But to your point about Foreign Minister Arachi's statement, if you see what Foreign Minister Arachi said, yes, there's a little bit of bluster. But if you read between the lines, he himself is saying that we were just inches away from an agreement. And I think that what that suggests is the Iranians, one, they're very interested in making a deal. Two, they did move pretty close to our position over the stage of the negotiations. But one thing I'll say, Brett, is Iranians are very different negotiators. At least those Iranians were very different negotiators than we are in the United States. What I did and what Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff did is that we made very clear, look, these are the things that we're willing to give, but these are the things that we must have. We must have the enriched material out of Iran. We must have their conclusive commitment to not...
What the fuck you even talking about, bro?
develop a nuclear weapon. And I think that if the Iranians are willing to meet us there, then this can be a very, very good deal for both countries.
I still got the gloves that have fire char marks on them. I still have my firefighting gloves. You know how many fires I've put out with these gloves? Put out a lot of fire with these gloves, man. I put out a downed transformer in the middle of a wheat field at 3 a.m. That was fun. Well, not a wheat field, but like a big-ass grass field. Didn't realize it was a downed transformer. They called that bitch in as a fucking overturned car. I'm sitting there spraying that motherfucker at 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, and that bitch is on fire, and I hear, bzzz, and I'm like, fuck was that? I keep spraying and I keep spraying and I look at that bitch again and I'm like, wait a minute. Now that the fire is getting knocked back, that don't look like no damn car. That looked like a goddamn transformer, right? And I look at my guy behind me. I'm like, yo, that ain't no damn car. And he's like, what you mean? I'm like, that ain't no damn car. And he's like, huh? I'm like, look at it. It's a transformer. And he's like, oh shit. I'm over here hitting that bitch with a straight stream, thinking that it's a damn car. Someone tried to rip the copper out of it, so they sawed the damn thing down into the grass. They sawed the pole and let it fall over into the grass, caught the grass on fire. So I was trying to put out a fucking grass fire, and an apparent flipped over car that turned out to be a goddamn a fucking down transformer. Bro.
If they're not willing to meet us there, that's up to them. That's their decision. And really, the ball is very much in their court. So you ask what happens next? I think the Iranians are going to determine what happens next as the President of the United States says, we have the cards. We have the military advantage. We now have additional economic pressure that we're applying on them through the blockade that we've imposed on their oil coming out of the Straits of Hormuz. So we have a lot of cards. We have the leverage, and we're going to see what the Iranians do with that.
And so that's how the blockade works. U.S. naval ships stop Iranian-flagged vessels going to through the Strait of Hormuz?
Not just Iranian-flagged vessels, Brett, but any vessel that we know is going to Iranian ports or has come from Iranian ports.
So we just straight up took the strait. We were just like, no, we don't like that. We're going to take that. Thank you.
We're going to see some vessels try to reflag themselves, but of course we're going to know, because we have very good intelligence, which ships are going in and which ships are coming out that are connected to Iran. But Brett, here's the very interesting thing about all this is that the only thing the Iranians have been able to do, they haven't, of course, beaten us militarily. They've had their military been decimated. They haven't been able to prosecute the case when it comes to weapons of war. What they have done is engage in this act of economic terrorism against the entire world. They basically threatened any ship that's moving through the Straits of Hormuz. Well, as the President of the United States showed, two can play at that game. And if the Iranians are going to try to engage in economic terrorism, we're going to abide by a simple principle that no Iranian ships are getting out either. We know that's a big deal to them. We know that applies additional economic leverage. And again, Brett, the president wants the Iranian people to thrive and succeed. He has had his negotiation team put on the table a serious proposal. The ball is in Iran's court. Did we make progress? Yes. But we're going to find out from the Iranians whether we can make that ultimate bit of progress.
I'm not going to read the thing again. I'm just not. I've read it twice during this stream. I'm just not going to read it again. Yeah. And you know what that is? That's illegal. You want to be able to film in public. You're acting like this is a bad thing. How about you actually attack the doxing instead of the actual fucking Constitution? Oh, well, there are people that are getting their faces filmed and now they're getting harassed. Okay. Well, then you just arrest the people that are harassing the doxed individual. And if it was, I'm sorry, but if you're in America and you're stealing taxpayer dollars, it's time for you to go. You need to be doxed. You need to feel uncomfortable living here. You don't need to be attacked, but you should feel uncomfortable being in America because you're stealing taxpayer dollars. You absolutely should. Deal with it. Suck it up. Get deported. That's what should happen to you.
That gets us to a big deal.
The president's also said he wants this to end soon as it can.
Independent journalism is not doxing. Doxing is whenever you're an immigrant agent like ICE and somebody tears your face mask off so that way they can send pictures of you and your fucking house all over the fucking internet so that way people can go there and attack you and your family members. Like, that's what doxing is.
It's being reported.
Whenever you have an independent journalist exposing fraud because the legacy media won't do it because they're not being paid to do it, and you've got a government that, or form of government that's trying to suppress your ability to capture public videos in public, you've got a fucking problem.
You had real skepticism.
Keep trying to reframe it however you want. You're not going to fool a lot of Americans.
this at the beginning, and that you expressed that to the president. Is that true?
Well, Brett, you know, I give my advice to the President of the United States, and we all do, and I expect that when I give advice to the President of the United States, that it's going to be private, because the president should rely on his senior advisors without them then running to the media. What I will say, Brett, is that I 100% agree with the president on the fact that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. I've seen that just in the negotiation that we've had over the last couple of...
Yo, WJD Vance, I'm happy he's back here, though. There was a new thing. Urgent U.S.-Iran negotiations may resume soon as war nears something.
First, we turn it over to Alex Hogan in D.C. with the
Flashpoint
on the Iran negotiations. Alex.
Good morning, Carly and Todd. So talks that future negotiations could be in the works or underway. So all of this changing hour by hour. But Vice President J.D. Vance says that the next move is still on the Iranians.
We've made clear where we're willing, again, to be accommodating, and we've made clear where we absolutely need to see the nuclear material come out of the country of Iran. I think the team that was there was unable to cut a deal, and they had to go back to Tehran, either from the supreme leader or somebody else, and actually get approval to the terms that we had set. Whether we ultimately get to a deal, I really think the ball is in the Iranian court, because we put a lot on the table.
Obviously.
President Donald Trump says the U.S. blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is underway. Pakistan now reportedly proposing of hosting a new round of talks in Islamabad. Some sources telling Reuters that those talks could resume as early as the end of this week. The White House says those non-negotiables that are on their best and final offer, well, those still stand.
Iran will not have a nuclear weapon, and we agreed to...
And I want you to stick to the original goal. Unconditional surrender is what we need. That's what we need.
But they didn't
and we even started these peace talks, and they said they were going to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Then why do we have a military blockade, a naval blockade down there now, allowing American ships and ships that need to go to other countries going through? We started these peace talks, and you said this, Donald. You started these peace talks, against my best wishes even, with the intent that they would open the Strait of Hormuz. Why are we having to force that bitch open? You realize these people ain't even being in good faith with that? And you expect these people to hold up on a deal? Fuck that.
We'll agree to it. I'm almost sure of it. In fact, I am sure of it. If they don't agree, there's no deal. We can't let a country blackmail or extort the world, because that's what they're doing. They're really blackmailing the world. We're not going to let that happen.
The UK and France are set to co-host talks this week. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer calling it a multinational plan to safeguard shipping whenever this conflict ends. Carly, Todd, back to you.
All right, Alex Hogan live for us in Washington. Alex, thank you. Let's bring in former NSC Chief of Staff under President Trump, Alex Gray. Alex, good to see you. So, as Alex just said, second round of negotiations reportedly in the works right now. And President Trump said that Iran wants to make a deal very badly. Here is how Vice President J.D. Vance detailed to Brett Baer on the past round of negotiations over this weekend and what they entailed. Listen.
I wouldn't just say that things went wrong. I also think things went right. We made a lot of progress, but we also made very clear, and I think this is part of the progress we made, what the terms where the United States could make some accommodation, what terms we were flexible on. In order for Iran to be a normal country economically, it's going to have to be...
You're going to have to get rid of the IRGC. That's what you're going to have to do. You have to get rid of the IRGC. That's what you're going to have to do. You want that place to be a normal country? Then get that oppressive government that have taken control of that country the fuck out of there.
Normal country from the perspective of not pursuing a nuclear weapon, and it's going to have to be a normal country from not pursuing terrorism. And so there really is, I think, a grand deal to be had here, but it's up to the Iranians, I think, to take the next step.
Do you think there is a chance this could end in a diplomatic resolution?
Well, Carly, good to see you. It always ends at the diplomatic table. That's how these conflicts end. And I do think there is a solution here. But as the vice president said, it requires the Iranian regime to act like something that it has not acted like for 47 years, which is a normal country that is interested in the interests of its people and the interests of the region rather than in a radical expansionist ideology. And that's what the United States is attempting to get the mullahs to behave like. And I think with enough diplomatic and economic pressure, I do think the vice president's absolutely right. We will hopefully settle this at the diplomatic table like all conflicts ultimately end.
What did you think about the vice president saying that part of the problem over the weekend was that the team of people that Iran sent to negotiate didn't have final say over being able to strike a deal or make a decision?
Well, it's obvious the reason why they sent those people. They sent them because A, they're scared, and B, because they never intended on making any actual deals to begin with. Duh.
Let's raise some questions over who exactly is in charge.
Well, I think that's been part of the problem, even getting a ceasefire. I think we have consistently seen as the Iranian leadership has been eliminated kind of one by one by Israel, particularly over the last couple of months, you have seen a difficult time with the command and control structure, even finding interlocutors who the United States is confident have the ability to follow through on the things they say they're going to do. And so this is absolutely a challenge.
It's because they're a chicken running around with their head cut off. They don't have a leg to stand on, and for whatever reason, Trump decides to give them a leg to stand on. It's stupid. It's dumb.
And I think not only that, but the Iranian negotiating style that we've seen for decades is always about buying time, leading the other party on, and trying to take as much time as humanly possible in order to get their goals accomplished.
Yeah, and you know the red lines the vice president made very clear have to do
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to let the chat decide what your fate is. I'm going to let chat decide what your fate is. The hell was that fucker's name? None. How about that? How about that? Ooh! Ooh, that wasn't a good start for you, buddy. That didn't look like a good start. Democracy in action. That's right, boys. That's right. "71%. Ooh, that don't look good for you, bud. Oh, 73. Ooh, look at that. Oof. Damn, it's not looking good for you, man. You see, I just proved you wrong without saying a single word. I just proved you wrong. I didn't have to say a single fucking word. Don't worry. I will continue to obliterate these dumbasses every single day from 8 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. Central Time, and continue to use you as content for people to sub and like the stream and sub to the channel, because we're here every day. Check out that channel membership. Channel membership has those exclusive emotes. I will continue to make fun of you, make money off of your stupidity, and preach the truth for however long people like you want a propaganda push and be paid by your own country. How about that? Look at that. 70%. Damn. Look at that. Isn't that just a beautiful thing? Isn't it such a great privilege to be an American, guys? It sure is. It's an amazing day as an American. It sure is, isn't it?
With everything
W
related
voters.
to nuclear, being able to obtain the already enriched uranium, and also vowing by Iran to never make a nuclear weapon again. So far, no commitments from Iran on that front.
Yeah, no commitment.
I just did the American political system that Trump's second term looked like. I didn't have to say anything. I just get up on the podium and speak truths just like Trump did. Said what I was going to do just like Trump did. And I let you, the silent majority who have been censored and attacked by the same person we just banned, get voted out. My boys, this is what we call the silent majority. This is what happens when you have a bunch of people that are scared if you get power. This is what you get. And it will continue to happen as long as you try to terrorize American civilization or Western civilization. They don't need your approval. They don't want your approval. They don't care about what you're saying. They're going to do what they know is right. And that's how it has always been. That's why our culture is the best culture in the world and why so many people are trying to take us the fuck over. That's why they all want to come here and wave their flags from their country.
And look, I used to have this conversation with people when I worked for President Trump the first time. People would say, well, the president, is he really that adamant about Iran not getting a nuclear weapon? The president has said, going back to the Obama administration, when he was a private citizen.
We're going to own that goddamn water. Let me tell you something. The Navy putting that blockade up, boys, hold strong. You are the Spartans. You are the fucking Spartans, and you hold that damn thing. You got this, boys.
That it was a non-negotiable for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. This is something that he has been so clear on for over a decade. And so absolutely, there is no doubt that the president is going to make sure, as one of his going-in assumptions, the president's not going to ever allow Iran to be a nuclear table.
Bro, there is not a single fucking inch of this apartment I don't have a firearm within reach. I got one right here. I got it right here underneath my keyboard thing. I got a little slide out keyboard thing on this desk. I got one just past the keyboard. I got a gun within arm's reach everywhere in this apartment. And I always conceal carry whenever I go out in Texas.
At the nuclear table, you cannot trust a regime that is
W10 Jules, the gold coin, let's go.
Logically motivated and radical to have the most powerful and destructive weapons on the planet.
Yeah, and then according to the Wall Street Journal, Alex, one estimate, the U.S. blockade of the Strait of Hormuz will cost Iran approximately $435 million a day, including $226 million in lost exports, mostly of crude oil and petrochemicals. I mean, this is when the military might meet.
I got to go to a protest. What I look like would I look like a Minneapolis protester standing out there freezing my nuts to my leg? Hell no. I ain't got to do that. You know why? You know why I don't have to do that? Because I'm going to get attacked anyway. I'm not going to counter-protest those dumbasses down there. It doesn't matter what you say to them. They're getting paid to be there. Why would I want to go out there and make myself miserable? I'll let them stand out there and be miserable. And I'm going to stay right here in this chair and continue to preach the truth. See, whenever you have a house built on fucked up foundations, that bitch is gonna crumble every time you start looking into you get like you hire somebody to look at that house and see how structurally sound it is. I ain't got to do that. I don't have to do that. You know why? Because whenever I built my house, I had a nice solid foundation filled with facts and truths. And if I fuck up and I give the wrong fact about something, you know what I do? I apologize and then correct the information. A lot of people don't seem to comprehend that. They are just idiots. I don't have to do that because I'm not an idiot. I can sit right here and pull in a bunch of people.
This story. And while Iran is radicalized, money does talk. So which one ends up winning when all is said and done?
Well, I think.
About what? What am I wrong about? By the way, this is me proving that this isn't an echo chamber. I've yet to pull up one of these people and actually have a good conversation with any of them. So what am I wrong about? One day we'll thank Iran. This dude is cooked. One day I'm going to thank Iran for killing soldiers and capturing them and torturing them for 444 days straight. What about the 45,000 Iranians that were killed for peaceful protesting, writing Trump's name on walls, pleading and begging for Trump to step in? What about those people? You think they thanked Iran for killing them? Where did this mentality come from? Hello? What torture? You can't send links, guy. You know damn good and well, like everybody else in this chat, you can't send links on social media chat. I'll sit here and try to do that stupid shit. Let me guess. You're going to try and send the links and you're going to be like, well, you should turn that off. You're a coward. No, I'm not going to fucking turn that off. You know why? You know why I don't allow links in my chat? Because there's a bunch of third worlders that try to link shit to porn. That's why. What torture? This guy's cooked. This guy's actually fucking cooked, man. He's fucking cooked. Guy's cooked.
We've already won on the military side. We've accomplished our operational objectives. Economically, you see estimates of up to $500 million a day in losses. And there's something else that people need to realize. The Iranians have a limited ability. If they don't start exporting their oil within about 2 weeks, they're going to see structural damage to their oil capacity because the oil is piling up and it's having a corrosive effect on the storage tanks that the oil is kept in. So in 13 to 14 days, if they can't start getting their oil out, you have a permanent decapitation of the Iranian oil industry, and that is going to be catastrophic economically for them. So for structural reasons, you're going to see
Look here. You're not going to teach somebody that's got that mindset. If Neil deGrasse Tyson, you know how many, oh my God, dude. Bro, low-key just triggered me, not in an angry way. Bro, you just triggered me in a way, you made me go to like 7 different examples, and I'm trying to like suss through all of them at once. Bro, you ain't gonna teach somebody that believes in AI videos that America's losing a war. Look here.
Someone I know who doesn't believe we went to the moon. So I said, what kind of evidence would convince you? He said, images of the landing site of the Apollo missions. So I said, okay, here's a website where we sent an orbiter to the moon so that it was close enough, because ground-based telescopes, they don't have the resolution to see the landing sites. But if you get close enough to the moon, you can. It photographed the entire surface of the moon, and there were the landing sites, and you saw the rover tracks, the base for the lunar module. That night, he went home and found it. Then he came back and says, NASA could have faked that. Well, I'm done with you. We have no more to talk about. Because he's not ready to be convinced.
Yeah, like, if you can't mentally comprehend what I'm telling you, there's a level of not only dishonesty, but just straight up disconnection from reality. I don't have the patience and the time to deal with some annoying little twat in the chat. I do it every day. I'm here all 7 days of the week dealing with the same mentality. I will bring up facts. I read an article on the Stop Nick Shirley thing twice this stream, the whole damn thing, talking about how the Stop Nick Shirley Act is going to suppress freedom of speech and break our Constitution. Like, you can't reason with these people because they didn't reason themselves into their viewpoints. They didn't reason themselves with logic into their viewpoints. They were baby birded the information, and they took that shit and ran with it. You're not going to reason with these people, but you can embarrass them and make clips out of it. I mean,
so good.
Oh, woo! W. Sean 1985 for the. That's in the other chat. How's it going, Sean W? Welcome to the got good W. It's in the other chat. Uh-oh, I can't. Bro, I hate the chat, bro. I can't fucking like the thing. Bro, YouTube gotta get his shit together, bro. Like, come on. I can't even like the Oh yeah, check out that channel membership. If you like the stream, stick around. We do this every single day. 8 a.m. I can't like this message. I don't know why it's not letting me. I'm here every single day, 8 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. Central Time, all 7 days of the week. Please sub to the channel. Please like the streams. Every little bit helps. Thanks for all the jewels and the fucking the memberships, W memberships. Y'all have been blowing everything out of the water. Please stick around. The more like-minded people we have, the better. You ain't even got to stick around for the whole stream. The stream will always be up. The stream will always be up. After I end stream, it will always be on YouTube unless one of them gets like a takedown. That's a little different, but other than that, shit's always up. It's always up. So you ain't even got to worry about it if you miss it. And we're here all 7 days. So even just tuning in and leaving a like or hitting that channel membership up, that does wonders for the channel. It does. Every day you show up and you watch for a little bit and you take off, that shit helps too. Every day you show up and like the streams, that shit helps too. You ain't even got to watch it, man. Just drop by, say hi and bye. You know what I'm saying? That's all you got to do. W constant viewers, by the way. W drop-ins. W everybody. Y'all have been going crazy. Y'all are awesome, all of y'all. Thank y'all for being you.
Everyone, the U.S. naval blockade, Strait of Hormuz, hitting day 2 now.
Let's shit talk some more terrorists and then move on to a body cam video, huh? Yeah, I am streaming on YouTube Big, YouTube Small, which is the shorts that a lot of y'all are on. That's this chat. The YouTube Shorts chat is this chat right here that I pull up, because it's currently getting the most views. I stream on Rumble, Twitch, and Kick as well. Twitch is dead as shit because of Twitch is dying. Kick is also fucking weird. I don't know, dude. I've gotten a lot of bots that push propaganda. Though there was one person... No, it's been a lot of bots. And then well, actually, I see that Chase commented probably earlier this morning. Sorry, Chase. And then, I got Rumble, and there's one person on there that's called Donald Trump is Jesus. And he said, it's a beautiful time to be alive. At W comment on Rumble.
And President Trump...
But all my revenue comes from YouTube. Everything I got comes from YouTube. I got a TikTok, Twitch... a TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, and I also upload my shorts to Rumble and YouTube Shorts. So, like, whenever I get off at 11:30, I start editing everything out. I clip out a bunch of it. Like, yesterday, I think I got, like, 12 videos uploaded and videos for the weekend. So, like, a total of, like, 15 videos I uploaded yesterday. And I'm going to do the same today. I edit all the stuff myself, the channel memberships, all that shit I set up myself. I haven't had anybody walk me through any of this. It's all me. It's me, myself, and I. You know what I'm saying? Like, so every little bit that you guys show up tells me that I'm doing what I need to be doing, which is sitting my fat ass in this chair making fun of terrorists. And Karens that get dragged out of the car by their ankles.
Is already blinking. So will the regime come back to the negotiating table?
W means win. That's what it means. And anytime you see W in chat, that means win.
It's been reported, but not confirmed. So we'll stand by on all that. Good morning, everybody. Lots happening. I'm Bill Hemmer. How you
Good
doing?
morning. I'm Dana Perino, and this is America's Newsroom. You have some news?
A little bit. Just got off the phone with the senior official with the administration.
I have seen that body cam video. We reacted to that. And what really pisses me off about that, because I know exactly what you're talking about it. He's that person's talking about the body cam video where the cop was on the motorcycle. You remember that? You remember how that guy that was in the pickup truck got out? He went off and enjoyed his fucking life while this man was fighting for his life on life support for 15 fucking days, bro. And he went out and he only got 25 years for that. Bro had a limb cut off because of that damn truck and him. And he's out there living his life, fishing, hanging out with his family, posting photos of it on social media. And then he only gets 25 years in prison after. Dude, fuck that, man. Fuck that.
What I can tell you is that, quote, a lot is happening today and tomorrow. We have all the ingredients for a deal, but it's not all there yet, which goes a little bit along the lines of what J.D. Vance was saying last night with Brett. The blockade with regard to Iran has Iran, quote, really fearful, which chokes off their economy. So watch that now with the U.S.
I mean, they tried to do it to the world, and now that America's putting up that naval blockade, they're about to do it to them. So they're about to do, instead of bombing the bridges and infrastructure and the electrical power plants, instead, America is taking the Strait of Hormuz and is going to choke them off. W decision. Honestly.
Trying to interdict any ships passing in the Strait of Hormuz, Gulf of Oman.
Maybe, now hear me out. Hear me out, okay? Maybe they knew about the strait from the beginning. And I said this, that I feel like Trump was up to something with this. But they wanted Iran to take it so that way it would give America an excuse to go there and take it for ourselves. You can't tell me a military that literally captures a dude sleeping in his bed next to his wife doesn't think about something like this. What if this was the plan the whole damn time?
Up into the Persian Gulf. So
all right.
It's a little bit of something.
A little bit more. Okay, and we'll get you to this. The president turning up the heat after peace talks with Iran ended without a deal over the weekend. So he's promising to put more pressure where it really hurts, and that's
because
on there.
If America had just went there and just taken it, there'd be a lot more people opposed to this. But it's just like whenever we bombed Iran and they bombed all of their allies, they had to be shown what kind of people they are. Well, not necessarily the Iranian people, the people like the IRGC and the Ayatollah's administration, that entire regime. They had to be shown what they're willing to do to win. And then the cutting off of the strait was just another nail in the Iran regime's coffin. You know, they had to be the world had to be shown what these people were willing to do to continue to oppress an entire their Iranian people. I mean, shit. And
we're tracking the U.S.
That's what had to happen, you know,
over the strategic waterway. This is a live look of ship movement there. More than
12D chess, literally 12D chess.
U.S. warships are now reportedly enforcing those maritime restrictions
How's it going,
that apply
Danielle?
to all vessel traffic, regardless of the flag.
Also, Dana, after returning home from talks in Pakistan, the Vice President, J.D. Vance, laying out the state of play as it is right now.
I think the Iranians are going to determine what happens next as the President of the United States says, we have the cards. We have the military advantage. We now have additional economic pressure that we're applying on them through the blockade that we've imposed on
because the plan with the blockade is to open up the strait and then immediately strangle off any ships that are Iranian that want to go through to supply any kind of aid or oil or anything like that. That's incredibly smart. Holy shit.
Coming out of the Straits of Hormuz. So we have a lot of cards. We have the leverage, and we're going to see what the Iranians do with that.
Aisha Hasni, live at the White House with more to kick us off. Hi, Aisha.
Hey, good morning to you guys. So President Trump says Iran wants to make a deal very badly. And adding to your reporting here, Bill, several reports out today that we could see a second round of talks, negotiations as early as later this week. In fact, last night, Vice President J.D. Vance sat down with our Brett Baer and told him that he actually thinks they were not able to cut a deal with Iran in Pakistan over the weekend because the Iranian negotiators had to go back to Tehran and get approval for the terms set by the U.S. So basically, they couldn't say yes on the spot in Pakistan. So now we wait.
And really, the ball is very much in their court. So you ask what happens next? I think the Iranians are going to determine what happens next as the President of the United States says, we have the cards. We have the military advantage. We now have additional economic pressure that we're applying on them through the blockade that we've imposed on their oil coming out of the Straits of Hormuz.
So let's talk about the U.S. blockade on Iranian ports. The BBC this morning is reporting that 4 Iranian-linked ships crossed the strait today, 2 of them visiting Iranian ports. We do not have that independently confirmed. We have reached out to the Pentagon to find out if that is true. But again, that's coming from the BBC today. China is calling Trump's blockade, quote, dangerous. The president actually meets with his ambassador to China later on today. He is warning Beijing that he will hit them with a staggering 50% tariff if China is caught sending Iran military aid. blockade. We are also tracking major ceasefire talks today between the Israeli and Lebanon ambassadors. It's hosted by the Secretary of State Marco.
Damn, bro, we got peace talks going on all over the goddamn world right now.
Rubio. These are the highest level talks between these two nations.
Yo, go get him, Marcus Rubius. Go get him, big dog.
In some 3 decades. So all eyes on those talks happening today as well. But as you said, Bill, a lot happening, a lot moving this week.
Aisha Husney at the White House for us. Thank you.
All right, so Dana will go through the map, let you know what we believe the state of play is right now. Strait of Hormuz.
Oh, thanks for the clock.
Keep in mind, this is the Emirates, UAE. This is Oman, and this is Iran across the Strait of Hormuz. Now, on this map here, what you see, all these red dots, there are anywhere between 16 and 32 ports that the Iranians operate, either here in the Persian Gulf or out here in the Gulf of Oman. And these would be some of the ports that the U.S. Navy would try and interdict in this blockade, all right? Trying to force Iran's hand. We showed you this yesterday. I want to go back to it yet again, okay? In the yellow marker here, I can show you what the Iranians want to happen and what the normal trade has been. This is
what's been going on right here. This is what I was talking about. You see how whenever they opened the strait, the Iranians, you saw the ship path go up here. It's still not open because they're still diffusing mines. That's why they're still diffusing mines. But it's only a matter of time at this point.
It goes over the tip of Oman here, United Arab Emirates here, Iran is over here, and this is what the Iranians want around this island here, all right?
Yeah, because they could stop the ships here. They could stop the ships here and do whatever the fuck they want, basically.
Larak, L-A-R-A-K, and that's what the Iranians would like to see happen. However, what we're seeing right now with this bottleneck here in the Strait of Hormuz, there is a handful of ships going through. What we're trying to show you here are 4 Chinese-linked vessels. Some carry oil, some do not, all right? 4 different ones here. Once the blockade was set up, they were en route, all right, to the island of Larak and then turned around. Same for these 2 over here, but there was one report from overnight, Lauren Simonetti.
That bitch looked like it closed to me. It looked like that bitch is fucking closed.
From Fox Business had it. This is the Rich Starry track, okay? You see it in yellow. It came through here, it paused, and then overnight it did traverse the Strait of Hormuz. So that's one, okay, as that blockade continues. So here's the marine traffic.
I wonder if that's America's doing. I wonder if they knew what was in those ships.
We've been looking at. You see all the red dots, all the green dots? On the screen behind me, again, this is Oman. Here's UAE, this is Iran up here, and that's that island I've been referring to up there at the top of your screen. Everything in red you see, that is an ocean-carrying vessel that has either oil or oil products. Everything in green is cargo. But you see the logjam here off the coast of UAE and also here off the coast of Oman? They've been sitting there now for several weeks. Now, if the U.S. Navy were to interdict a ship at sea, this is basically what happens. These are the rules of the sea now. You issue the warning, the ship is boarded, the papers are checked. If they pass, they're okay. If they don't, we might have issues. The ship then could be boarded and searched, and finally it's detained, it's rerouted, or eventually it is released.
Damn, so they got that bitch on lockdown. W Navy.
The laws of the sea right now for the U.S. Navy. Retired U.S. Navy Commander Kirk Lippel with me.
They was like, we own the strait now, and America was like, yeah, we're going to go ahead and take that. Thanks.
Now, former commander of the USS
They literally did all the legwork, by the way. They bottlenecked the Strait of Hormuz, and we took that bottleneck and we're using it against them. Bro.
Sir, it's great to have you on today. What are we missing in the
Good morning,
story?
Bill.
What do we need to understand?
I think the big picture, Bill, that you need to look at is the Navy putting in a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz and Iran ports. It's a very complicated operation. It takes a lot of ships to do it. There's a lot of territory to cover. And we have the forces that if you do decide, as you mentioned with those law of the sea points, is that they're going to have
We took the strait. That's what you missed out on. There we go. Look at the emotionally stunted man-child, perfect Trump. Do you have anything to add to this argument? Do you have anything besides trying to... We're using it against them to shut down the oil and make it more expensive. Trump playing one-dimensional checkers again? Huh? I just can't even. I just can't even. And you know what I love about being me? Is that upon further investigation, True Words Panda everyone's scared of China. Bye. Maybe you are from your third world shithole, but not here in America. You don't give a fuck about China.
These vessels, check these vessels, and you're going to have a team go on that is literally prepared for anything that may occur, because we cannot trust any of these vessels, especially those that are Iranian.
Can I ask you about all those ships that have been out there for weeks? Like, maybe it's a dumb question, but how do they have supplies in order to handle all of that?
Well, Dana, great question, because a lot of them have a limited number of supplies, and now a lot of the seafarers are very concerned about the fact that they need to be sustained out there. The ship owners are worried, how are we going to get supplies? How are we going to get food? How are we going to get routine maintenance parts done to all those ships as they sit and wait, both in the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman? So I think the Navy is sensitive to that. They're working with our partners in the region with those countries, Saudi Arabia, Oman, UAE.
Damn, wasn't that jackass just complaining and bitching about that? Oh, but the food and stuff. Damn, look at America going. Damn, look at that. Look at Trump doing what he's supposed to do to make sure these people get fed, get water. Not even from our country. Making sure they get fed and they get water and they get maintenance done to their ships so they can have a nice, safe travel back to their own country. Look at that. God damn. It's almost like we're not terrorists. We don't have to attack the vessels that try to get past the Strait of Hormuz. We can help them by getting our allies involved in fixing their ships. Damn, that's crazy. Holy shit. It's like if you don't use an oppressive force to show goodwill on a bunch of people by killing everybody. Wow. You get more allies. Holy shit, that's crazy. Whoa, mind-blowing.
That these vessels can, in fact, get some of the support that they need, that those mariners can be taken care of from all these different countries around the world. But at the end of the day, we, the U.S. Navy, have to hold Iran accountable for what they have done. Bring them back to the negotiating table, keep the pressure on with them, because this is going to cost the Iranian regime $13 billion a month.
You got anything to add? Or are you just going to insult me? Why don't you talk about maybe the argument at hand? You could poke holes in the argument, or are you too illiterate to do that? Do you not have the capabilities of it? You're not a smooth brain, are you? Surely you have the attention span that is not of a dinner plate, right? I certainly hope you didn't just drop into my comments and say something stupid and then roach out whenever I pull you up, huh? No, nothing? Just gonna roach out, huh? Bro tried to act tough. Come to find out he's just a cockroach. Just another cockroach.
In order to make sure that we can keep that blockade up, they do not get the economic support they need. Their economy was already staggering when it began. So while there is an impact on all these ships that are waiting, and by the way, is not a dumb question, it was a good question, they have to be supported, and the United States is working back channel to make sure that happens.
So you would agree with what I just quoted a few moments ago, when this official said this
1, 2, 3. Perma.
Blockade,
See you,
Iran
bitch.
is really fearful because it chokes
Whoa, $4.99 dono, $4.99 dono. Fuck's sake. I grabbed the wrong mouse. Hold on. $4.99. Oh, wait. I'm still on an idiot. Hold on. The whole point of this conflict is Iran not having nuclear weapons. Iran uses terrorist proxy. When did chat start giving free passes to terrorists? Well, that's one of the reasons and of the whole thing. It's not just about the nuclear weapons. Yeah, you're right. It is about the terrorist people. It is about the... There's a lot, man. I've gone through the list so many times in so many streams over the past few months, it's not even funny. It's not even funny how many times I've had to go through the list. It's so repetitive. And I know that people at home that are just fucking tired of hearing it, but I'm gonna say it anyway. So, because this is what I do, right? So it's not just about the terrorist stuff they're doing. How about the fact that they lowered the age of... So first they decided to complain that somebody attacked a middle school filled with girls, but then they're going to lower the the sign-up age to consent to join the military to 12. So they're literally taking these meat shields that are children, ripping them away from their parents, and sending them off to die because they can use that as like some kind of weird emotional manipulation for Karens in America. Let's not forget to talk about the fact that when America bombed them, they decided to bomb all their allies. There's also the whole screaming for American deaths for 47 years. The recent genocide of 45,000 Iranians that they did for peacefully protesting and begging for Trump to intervene in Iran. I mean, the list just goes on and on. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just keeps going. $5. Let's go. $5. But like I said, you can have a differencing of opinion. Don't call people names, because that's my job. Don't do as I do as I say. It's my channel. You may live in a democracy, but on this channel, it's a dictatorship, and you do as I say, or you get removed from the chat pool. You know what I'm saying? But ask these people questions. Use the at in their name, and ask them questions. Don't threaten them. Don't call them names. Ask them questions about their argument. And you see how quickly it either falls apart or they're just going to keep repeating the same thing. It's because they know that if you start poking holes in their argument, it falls apart. That's what happens. Or they either roach out, they no longer talk, or they just leave. And if you have a good argument, I want to hear it. I want to hear a good argument. But every time I pull someone up, they don't have anything to say. It's so sad, you know? Oh, OTR goat. You sent 5 W5 gifted. 5 gifted W OTR goat. I want to be able to like this comment. I want to be able to like this. Why show it to me? I get like, because it pops up here too. But why can't I like this? I want to be able to like this. Oh, W Lunchbox 1911. All got the memberships, man. They all got the memberships. You got OTK OTR goat. Got maybe I shouldn't read these names out loud. Maybe I shouldn't do that. And it's nothing to disrespect y'all, but if y'all watching because y'all too scared to like, sub or do anything, like, I got to keep in mind that there are people that watch that are too scared to, not that they're cowards, but they don't want to be alienated by family and friends. And I understand that. I should be a little bit more respectful about that, huh? I should. And if y'all are those people that have been attacked or whatever and are too scared to speak up, that's okay. Don't feel ashamed for that. There's a lot of people like that feel that way. Don't feel ashamed for that. It's okay to be scared. It is a natural human emotion. And anybody that calls you a coward or is saying that you're too scared to speak up, it's okay. You know why it's okay? Because we don't need you to speak up. You show it in your votes. Okay? It's okay. A tip though, when the stream is over, go to the history and make sure you remove the stream from your history, because if you don't, and you got one of those schizo members that goes through your phone on a daily basis, they're probably going to find it. So just a heads up, okay? I still get all the views and everything, so y'all are still doing y'all's thing, but just a heads up,
I was talking with Brian a short time ago. This is a game of chess, and each player is making a move. I think sometimes on a 24-hour basis, it's check, it's check, it's check, and that's what we're seeing play out. Do you see it that way, sir?
Absolutely, Bill. As a matter of fact, I think that the United States is even thinking further beyond that. It's not only the immediate pressing it now, it's also what happens if the Iranians do come to the negotiating table. They agree to the 4 key points: that no nuclear program or centrifuges, no support for the proxies, opening up the Strait of Hormuz, and continuing to support the main points that Trump laid out. I think when you look at all of those, we're looking ahead to figure out how are we actually going to execute those and make them happen. So it's chess, but it's also a long-range game as well, because at the end of the day, the Iranian regime needs to be brought to its knees and realize
I'm proud of all y'all. I'm proud of all you silent voters out there, all you silent people that are too scared to speak up. I'm proud of y'all. I'm proud of all the Americans we get through chat every day. Anybody that continues to watch that got suspended and maybe open their eyes, or like not suspended, but like removed from the comments. Y'all W too. W to y'all. I'm proud of all y'all. All you that are speaking up in the comments that aren't scared to say what you think. That's how it should be in America. You shouldn't be attacked for what you believe and what you wear, but we are, because we're being taken over. I'm proud of all y'all. Every day I sit here and y'all show up, I know I'm where I need to be. 100%. Y'all are awesome, all of y'all.
This is no
and I
longer
can't
about
say that
trust
enough.
And verify. This is about they have lied, they have obfuscated, and they have murdered for 47 years. It is their actions
Preach it, brother.
that are going to count when they come to the negotiating table.
It's also a game of risk, and President Trump yesterday talked about other countries possibly helping.
Absolutely.
Is it your anticipation, Mr. President, that other countries will assist in this effort
Oh,
to blockade Iran?
W$10 dono. W$10 dono. Gotta pull that up. I gotta admire that WOTR goat. Bro, you've been blowing it up today. WOTR goat, man. That's what I love to see.
Which countries, sir?
We don't need other countries, frankly, but
Bro, did y'all see? We watched a video on Britain's disheveled Navy. Bro, that Navy's a joke now. It used to be the Royal Navy. It used to be something to stand proud for. Bro, I saw them soldiers in that Royal Navy, man. They were all dressed so nice. They looked so good with those helmets and their rifles by their sides and their uniforms. What happened, Britain? Man, Rupert Lowe's got his job cut out for him if he gets elected, man. Restore Britain's gonna have to. It's gonna be a minute, bro. We losing respect
the
and
services.
power.
We'll let it-
Hold on. I'll put some respect in you. Hold on. I'll put some respect in you, bro. Hold on. You losing respect and power. Then why is Cuba roaching the fuck out? We ain't even at Cuba yet. They roaching the fuck out. Cuba already releasing politically incarcerated criminals because they were against their communist regime. Bro, Cuba's so goddamn scared right now. They just roaching the fuck out. What you talking about? What you on about, bro? What you talking about? Your leader is a nutcase liar. I didn't learn about what happened in Iran from Donald Trump. I learned it from the Iranians that sent Asmongold their videos and talked about it. You realize that I've been preaching for this since before it ever even hit Fox News? Asmongold was covering the body bags that were being lined up in Iran. And you know what's even crazier is they made the loved ones pay to get the bodies back of their loved ones. So they had to pay for the bullets that they used to slaughter 45,000 Iranians. I guarantee you it's more than that. I'm sorry, but I don't give sympathy to terrorists and killers. You want sympathy? Look in the dictionary between simplest and shit. You'll find it there somewhere.
We'll let it be known probably tomorrow.
So those are the countries that are helping, but I'm curious your thoughts about China in particular.
You don't make deals with people that are willing to systematically slaughter and genocide 45,000 of their own people to maintain power. You don't make deals with those kind of people. It's called bad business.
And how they might be weighing in behind the scenes with the Iranians.
I think there's two things, Dana, that we need to be very careful with China. Number one, they have supported them militarily. The biggest threat that probably remains as well, and it's been brought up on other shows, is the fact that China has an incredible cyber warfare capability. So does Iran. The fact that they may be sharing some of that is also going to be due cause. You also have to remember, when it comes to how the Strait of Hormuz is being treated as an international waterway,
you do realize that America's moral is the highest that it's been in a long time. I'm not going to say it's the highest it's ever been, but it's the highest it's been in a while. And you know how you know it's the highest it's been in a while? Because of all the Americans that are joining the military right now that want to go out there and get some. That's how you know. So you can keep trying to demoralize Americans, and maybe in some world that was 4 years ago, it'll work. But this whole backwater trailer trash, emotional manipulation that you guys have done for 4 years now, it won't work anymore. It's over for you. Now it's time for you to take a back seat in your high chair and suck on your nipple and accept the fact that the men have to take over now and do the job that you cowards couldn't do. How about that?
And freedom of navigation.
I hear for 47 years that there are a group of people that are funding terrorist organizations all over the Middle East and screaming death to America. I don't particularly give a flying fuck what China thinks. I don't particularly give a fuck what Australia thinks. I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks. You know what I think? How are we going to take them out in the most efficient way possible? Big surprise. You scream death to a culture or a nation, and death comes knocking at your back door. Maybe you shouldn't have fucking done it. You fucked around for 47 years, and we finally got a president that allows people like the IRGC to find out. And you know what? They ain't got no damn anything anymore.
With China in the South China Sea, where Iran surrounded the Middle East with proxy groups, China has, in violation of international law, has militarized 9 and about to be 10 with Antelope Reef, 10 islands.
You're right,
in the
he
South
did,
China
didn't
Sea.
he? And you know why he said that? Because we've done it before. Bruh, President said, let eradicate an entire civilization. You're right. And you know who else we almost eradicated off the planet? Japan. Japan knows firsthand the weapons that we can create in a small amount of time. These countries keep fucking around, and they keep finding out, and now they're surprised whenever we have a president that's willing to nuke an entire civilization off the face of the fucking planet. Stop fucking around. How do you think we got the people that invented kamikaze pilots and would openly take grenades and open them up in their hands and then run at Americans to blow them up? How do you think we got them to submit? We dropped 2 of the biggest bombs ever dropped on a civilization. That's what we did. And you know what would have happened if they didn't? We would have kept dropping those fucking things. We would have kept cracking the power of the sun over their infrastructure until it changed. Or there wouldn't have been a damn thing left. Damn! Hondo bomb! Damn, bro! Holy shit! W-O-T-K... Oh, dude, I keep fucking that name up, bro. It's O... Why does it do that? Hold on. OTR GOAT. OTR. I keep wanting to say OTK. It's OTR GOAT. WOTR GOAT.
That have the same capability to cut off maritime traffic throughout that entire region. China is watching what the United States and the world is doing there.
4 weeks from a summit. Last point here. I don't know if you saw Jerry Baker in the Wall Street Journal yesterday. He had a blistering editorial where he essentially made the case that this administration is.
We can't tango with Russia because Russia has nukes. If America could step in and end Russia, we would. But they have one thing that we don't want to fuck with, and that's nukes. Iran hasn't made nukes yet because of the programs that we've been doing, the amount of money we've been hemorrhaging on blowing up their facilities all over the Middle East to keep these people from getting nukes. Because they can't be a world power. They will bring death to everybody. If they kill their own civilians to maintain governmental power, what the fuck do you think they're going to do with everybody else around the world? Think about it, guys. Use your critical thinking. There's absolutely every reason why we should be overthrowing the IRGC. If they are willing to genocide 45,000 Iranians to maintain power from peaceful protesters that can't even have a gun, what do you think they're going to do to the rest of the world?
Ad-libbing this war. Do you agree with that? Or do you see more of an imagination that's necessary depending on what your enemy, your adversary does?
I would absolutely disagree with it. I think that they have had war plans on the shelf for years, both at Central Command and with Commander of the Fifth Fleet. They are now exercising those. But as in any conflict, I mean, it's like Mike Tyson said, you always have a plan until you get punched in the face. And the reality is we went in, we tried to get the Iranian regime to comply and be able to give up their nuclear program. At the end of the day, they did not do that. And we are adjusting to do this.
I just talked about Russia. Do you know what North Korea has that Russia also has? Nukes. Same shit. If you can't even put two and two together, I don't know what to tell you, bro. I just told you why we're not helping the Ukraine in the Russia-Ukraine war. And you can't put two and two together with Korea. Other than insulting me, do you have anything constructive to add to the conversation? Because I don't have to insult you. I'll just talk to you like a normal person should. Because it's America. We don't talk with our fists unless we have to. Like, I certainly hope you're not gonna roach out on me either. These kinds of guys? Bro, you do realize that you sitting here advocating for death in my fucking comments? Hey, Schizo. Hold on, wait a minute. I'm gonna report you, dude. You're cooked. That seems like the most valid one right there. Ukraine by sending them American weapons, but we stopped. And you know what's happening right now? Ukraine is winning. Ukraine is pushing back Russia. They don't need our help. They're doing fine. You know why Ukraine is pushing back Russia? because Russia is forcing themselves on the land that isn't theirs anymore. And the Ukrainian soldiers don't want to fight. The Russia-Ukraine war has shown how weak Russia is. He thought it was going to take a couple days or a couple months to a year. It's been like 4 years, and they're losing ground now.
Adjusting.
They're doing just fine without us.
Is normal operations. You have to be flexible to be able to support their ongoing operations, but also think strategically about what are the impacts going to be long term, what are the impacts going to be short term, and how do we handle the region.
But did they miss the Strait of Hormuz issue from the beginning?
And they're able to hold back a country the size of Russia because the Russian soldiers don't want to fight. They don't want to be involved in this nonsense. It's obvious.
I believe that there was a little bit of an expectation that that would not happen as swiftly as it did, and that Iran would not react the way they did, threaten it, both with mines, fast boats, and others. But nonetheless, we have adapted very quickly and said, fine, if you want to play that game, we will up the ante over you because we have the military capability to shut everything off, grab Iran by the economic throat, and ensure that they do not have an ability to resupply and sustain any of their forces, and additionally make sure that their economy.
Israel already has nukes, fucktard. Is that what you're saying? You do realize that that shows how much you, dude, I'll take the floor. You do realize that Israel already has nukes. I certainly hope you're aware of that, right? You are aware that Israel has nukes already. I certainly hope you're not saying you're going to take the floor straight up with wrong information. Exactly. It's Putin's war. Exactly. It's not the Russians, it's Putin. And that's why they won't win.
Economy pays a price.
Sir, thank you for your
If you
time.
don't understand that, we ain't got nothing to talk about, Hoss. And if you trying to tell me that you know more than me and you don't even know that Israel has their own nuclear systems, you're fucking dumb. I don't want to hear from you either. You, at a base fundamental, don't even have all the information you need to hold an argument. I don't want to talk to you. You're weird.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for commanding the USS Cole.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Thank you
very much.
You bet.
Be sure to like and subscribe.
Okay. Oh shit, I was gonna react to a fucking body cam video, but I don't think I can today. I have to roll up out of here because it's already 12. I'm incredibly behind today. Fuck! Holy shit, that was fun. That in bit was fun, though. We will most likely be watching a body cam video tomorrow, though, because I got to get one more video for the weekend. I got to get that body cam video in there. All right. So we'll be back on. If you're new here, sub to the channel. Please sub to the channel. Please like the streams. Like all the videos. Leave comments on videos. Don't feel weird for doing it. Y'all ain't got to explain nothing. If you just get up in there in the comments on the videos and you say, show my support, man, there's a good chance that I might get on and see it. I've been streaming for so much lately that whenever I get done editing at like 5 in the afternoon, I'm just done, dude. I just want to, like, put my phone down. I just want to do nothing. It's fun doing it, but, like, I have to make sure that I maintain that balance. That's why I usually reply to more people over the weekend. So if you leave a comment and I don't get back to you, don't feel bad or dumb. It's because I'm just tired and I'm trying to shut my brain off so that way I can have the cognitive abilities the next day. I'm trying to take a step back, get refreshed and redone for the next day. So don't feel bad if you do that. Do not feel bad. W donos, dude, friggin' OTR, bro, going crazy. W new members, W gifted members. Y'all have been awesome today. Y'all awesome every day. Please keep showing up. Please sub to the channel. We're here every day, 8 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. Central Time. I can't preach it enough. I'm not going anywhere. I stream to every platform. I upload to every platform. I don't have an editor. It's just me. And, yeah. So please stick around. Let me see something. Hold on. Let me get the music going. You know we got to get that outro. I'm going to choose a different outro music today. I'm going to do a different one today. I'm going to do that one. Yeah, buddy. So y'all stay safe out there. Stay friendly. I will see you beautiful people tomorrow, bright and early. If you miss any of the streams, don't worry about it. They're always up on YouTube. Try to put a smile on someone's face. You might change their whole day or their whole life. You never know. And I'll see y'all awesome peeps tomorrow. Thank all of you so much. The support has been crazy. Thank you so much, USA boys. Peace.
I'm going on a trip and I don't plan to visit. I'm gonna stay there till I feel like I'm winning. Oh, and this is just the beginning. I need a big change, help me feel like living. I need a big swing, home runs I'm hitting, and I'll never look back. Moving on till I get it all. And we all got dreams. We all want things. But what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be? And do you believe you can do anything?